praise and honor to Yahweh Hashem, Mashiach, Yahweh Shai. A lot of stuff
Salakia,
going on.
whoever's not the teacher or the reader, can you please mute your phone? You know, I'll be quick on the sword. All right, go ahead,
Khan. So this is a beautiful time. This is the time to smile. You know what I'm saying? The things that we've been talking about, things we've been, reading through the scriptures, through the spirit, it's happening. It's happening now. Reality is it's been happening, and that's something I'm gonna talk about today. That when we look at what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, it gets a lot of brothers excited. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, this is it. This is it. But if you look back, the Most High has been building to this spot. You know what I'm saying? And beyond, of course, because it's not over now. You know what I'm saying? Like the time in Russia, and Ukraine over there, they're probably, in the middle of the night. You know what I'm saying? We seen that yesterday, that at around 11 or something, their sun started coming up over there. So what's going to happen tonight, we'll see. This isn't over. You know what I mean? They still have 200,000 troops on the border. They used amphibious assault vehicles in Odessa to get, their troops on that land. They're also saying that Belarus was used as a launching pad for the Russians. That brings a whole nother country involved. You know what I mean? We just like, all right, this is just Russia and Ukraine. It's not. There's other countries involved. Crimea was Crimea was annexed by Russia. So that's still a whole nother section. You know what I'm saying? Even though Russia pretty much owns that, it's still in surrounding Ukraine. You look at the NATO Secretary General, they're saying we're not going to bring any we're not going to bring troops to Ukraine. America said the same thing. So that's what happens when you trust the devil. If you trust the devil, you're going to get burnt, because you're dealing with, you guessed it, the devil. They lie. They pumped up Ukraine's mind so much that they think they're part of NATO. And they start openly bragging how they're going to apply for membership to NATO, which Russia said off top, listen, y'all can have your little NATO thing, you know what I'm saying? Because NATO was started to stop Russian aggression. They say that openly. So Russia said, listen, you're not going to have people on our border that's part of NATO. You know what I'm saying? Poland and everything like that. But Ukraine has a large border with Russia. So they said, Sergei Lavrov, he said openly, over and over and over again, you will not, that will be our red line if Ukraine starts to become part of NATO. And they started making that move, that push. Also a red line was the drones. They have Turkish drones that they bought from Ukraine or whatever. And they were used against the people in Donetsk in that region. That's Eastern Ukraine. Okay. Well, now it's Russia. It's not, it was Eastern Ukraine as of last night is Western Russia. Okay. But they used those drones and they said, that's a red line. Part of the Minsk agreement is you're not supposed to use drones or those specially weaponized drones. And Ukraine did it. So come to find out, Putin's not all talk. Barack Obama is all talk. He said, if Syria uses chemical weapons, that's our red line. Supposedly, Syria used chemical weapons.
Yeah,
Nothing happened. Shalom. Yabashim Shabbat. So, what was another red line? Another red line, Trump had a red line that nothing's going to happen to American soldiers, this, that, and the third. They bombed Soleimani, right? Killed their top general. And what did Iran do? You know what I'm saying? In 2020, I believe, right? What did Iran do? They bombed a United States base, and 100 soldiers plus got brain damage, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And that's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Your brain's pretty important. So they all had problems with their brains, concussions and stuff like that, because there's bombs being dropped all over. That was a red line. He came out all tough and said, we're not going to do anything right now. They better not do that again. So America has been pump faking for a while. And one reason, you got to understand, America's military is stretched very thin at this point. You can't take over the entire world. You got to have bases and people and money flowing to that, food, weapons, bullets, medical. It takes a lot to run the entire world. So while they're watching Venezuela and watching Cuba, they also got to watch China and Taiwan, and Russia, okay, and North Korea. So America is putting their warships in every zone they can think of, and you still got to protect the homeland. Because at this point, you got to understand, international waters isn't that deep. It's not like 100 miles out. It's only a few miles. Okay, so when they talk about a Russian submarine, it's only 20 miles, 25 miles off the coast of Atlantic City, off the coast or off the coast of Hawaii. They're in immediate striking distance to America. So this is how the Most High wants it. And it's a beautiful thing. So a lot of stuff's going on. Okay, just a few things. This is the sun. This was last month. Astronomers spot mysterious object unlike anything seen before. It's sending signals our way. All right, this is from the sun. Okay. I don't know if Ariel, if you want to put this up on the.
Yeah, just send me the link.
Okay, Khan.
Just put the link right on the chat box. And I'll put it for everybody. In the meantime, I want to show you on my screen to back up everything that the brother is saying. Like the scripture says, prove all things. Right? So if y'all see the screen, can anybody see the screen?
Khan.
So if y'all see the screen, it's the military bases that the brothers say they got all over the world. You got over here, the top of North Africa, right here. You have over here, right by what? The west coast near Russia. Then you got around Iran, and then you got surrounding a little bit around China. And right here is where you get Taiwan being right there. Right? Now, this is U.S. bases near Russia. Now, watch this. Military bases or troops worldwide. So if you see again, look, all the red spots, it represents the military bases that they have all over the place. Right? And then if you go back, you have these right here, and it'll show these spots right here. So you see? These are all the places that they have for military bases. You see all around the place. Right? So this is all U.S. military bases that's set up all over the world. Right? And then another one that the brother was talking about, Soleimani. This is the guy right here. This was General Soleimani of it shows it right here. Qasem Soleimani, U.S. kills top Iranian general in Baghdad, airstrike. Right? So that's the guy right there. That's him right there. Right? And it says right here, but the U.S. has called the commander and the Quds Force terrorists and holds them responsible for the deaths of hundreds of U.S. personnel. But why is this very important? Because the Iranians are defending their land. So how are you going to call them terrorists when you're infiltrating their land? Right? So they killed this man. Now look what happens when they killed this man. So now look what happens. Qasem Soleimani funeral. It attracts how many? Millions, basically. Right? I don't know why the screen ain't really popping up, but Salaki. But basically, his funeral attract millions of people. And those were all Iranians. So they ain't forget about what America did. To the point that they called America the Great Satan. And they was pissed off. You see that? Look at the screen right there. Y'all can see it, right?
I'm coming in.
Right? So you see the screen?
Con.
You see that? That's his funeral. Look at that. And look what it says right here. Soleimani was known as the shadow commander. Qasem Soleimani was hailed as a hero in his country and was revered both by the Iranian soldiers and the general masses. So America got a big problem now. they killed basically their war general hero. America got a big problem now. That's like for us, if the heathens would have killed King David for us, Israel would have went to war against these heathens immediately and slaughtered every damn heathen in history, man. Right? So when you send the link, let me know, so I can put it on the screen.
I sent it to your text message.
Text message?
Yeah, because I had it on my phone, and it would make me switch to Zoom. You know what I mean?
All right, Khan. Let me just just go right in.
And looking at the news, man, it's so much stuff happening every second. You know, this is real time. You know what I'm saying? All this is real time that's happening. All right. And, we just got to be prepared.
It's on the screen now.
Now look at this. Now, what is this? What is this? Astronomers spot mysterious object unlike anything seen before. How many times have you seen that? In the past, let's just go back the past year or two. How many times have you seen, never seen before? First time ever. You know, it's constantly, it's every day. So you know what time period you're living in. You know, with just the Russian Ukraine invasion, people might say, all right, man, you know, something might be going on, this, that, and third. But when you compile it all together, which we're going to do tonight, for the most part, there's no way in the world be able to bring in everything that happened the past year in a few hours. You know what I'm saying? But you got to look at the signs. You got to look at what the Most High is doing. Okay? Now, what is that? Who do you think that is? Do you think that's a sign for the heathen? That's a sign for us. You know? Because the Most High allows them to print this so we can read it, so we can see what's going on. You know what I mean? Things that you've never seen before, you got to take a step back and realize that the Most High is trying to get your attention. He's trying to get you right. Okay? Because there's a war going on right now. They're capturing the Ukrainian soldiers. And the Ukrainian soldiers are capturing planes shot down from Russia. We're gonna talk about that a little bit later. All right. Right now, Russia releases a list of 5,000 names to be captured, dead or alive. And he said that. He said that on the world stage. Like, look, we know the people that have been pretty much paraphrasing, vexing Russians over there in Ukraine. We have your names, and we're coming to get you. And as simple as that. He declared war, so it's all fair in war. You know what I mean? It's not like he's just picking on Russia, picking on Ukraine. That's not happening. All right. Let's get some scriptures. Okay, can you go to Isaiah 46, verse 8? I'm going to start there. All right. So be encouraged, Israel. This is what it all comes down to. Be encouraged that your prayers are being answered right before your face. When you pray for the destruction of your enemies, this is what's happening. Who else is going to take out Babylon? Us? You know what I mean? I mean, who else is going to take out this country, this massive, like we saw all those military bases. You understand? It has to be somebody that is being led by the Most High to do this. Believe it or not. I know it's controversial, like Most High can't use anybody up, but the Israelites, you don't know the scriptures. You're not paying attention. And for you to come out the side of your mouth online, it just shows everybody how ignorant you are pertaining to the scriptures. He can use anybody he wants. And Satan is Satan versus Satan right now. All right. Let's bring that out. Isaiah 46, verse 8, Bubble Shaw.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 46, verse 8. Remember this and show yourselves men. Bring it again to mind, O ye transgressors.
Go ahead.
Remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else. I am God, and there is none like me.
There's nobody like the Most High. Slakia. There's nobody else like the Most High. Do you understand? He is the living God. He's not an idol that people go and burn incense to, like Bel, and, you know, put a couple cupcakes in there. And then, you know, by then at night, you go eat the cupcakes and say that the idol did it. Nah, our God is making moves on this earth. He is not playing. He is so serious, so sincere. These words are coming to pass. The stuff that's going on is coming to pass. The prophecies are coming to pass. However you look at it, it's getting real. So what does that mean? That means it's time to pay attention. It's time to follow the law, statutes, commandments. Remember the days of old. We just had Purim, just had the destruction of Nicanor, the feast of Judas Maccabees. And some things happened, Slakia. The things happened before that took place. And we're gonna talk about that. Like in Philadelphia, Edomite chopped off his girlfriend's head. That happened in destruction of Nicanor. What happened to Nicanor? Got his head chopped off. That happened 3 days before the feast. 3 days before that day. So ask yourself, when's the last time you heard somebody get decapitated? This ain't Syria. Do you understand? This isn't ISIS. This stuff really happened. And this was in Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. And I was telling the brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying, as we had we're having our feast, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there it is. As we're having our feast, Clifton Heights is 5 minutes away from it. You understand? So I'm getting stuff for the feast, and then I'm realizing, like, yo, I'm in Clifton Heights right now. Ain't this crazy? I pull over to text my aunt. I see a chariot fly by. An awesome chariot. Lights, you can tell it was so many lights on the other side, not flashing all, you know. I know what a plane looks like. The airport's down the street. This wasn't a plane. And what was that? Most High just let me know. yeah, I'm making moves on this earth. Tell people, you know what I'm saying? I gotta tell people. I can't just keep that to myself. You know, if you feel like you're falling off or whatever like that, be encouraged. Look at that. Responding officers forced their way into an apartment after seeing man decapitate his girlfriend with a machete in a window. It was Esau. You see his picture, old dead eyes Esau too. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what she's seen in him, but that was the last thing she seen before he chopped her head off. All right. So you're like, all right, man, that's just one person, man. I want to get all these Edomites out. Hey, man, relax. You know, take your time, chill. Let the Most High work. Let the angels work. You know what I'm saying? Do you remember how we are, you know, even to this day, you know what I mean? Looking over our shoulders, what's going on? I mean, if you in the truth and you read these scriptures, man, that should be a thing of the past, man. What you worried about? Unless you currently in your sin, what you worried about? Now it's their turn. Let them walk around like, I don't know what's going to happen next. Is somebody going to commit suicide by jumping off a building and falling onto me, which happened in San Diego, New York? I know I bring this out a lot because that's the craziest way I could think of dying. Somebody's killing themselves and they kill you in the process. Now you're both dead. Man. Or another crazy way to die is getting your head chopped off by your boyfriend. Hey, you know, it's not meant for everybody. You know, this like it says, woe to those who want to see the day of destruction. Roughly paraphrasing. That's woe. It's just destruction. This is a scary time period for a lot of people. But for some people, man, we've been waiting for this our entire lives. As soon as that happened, gone. Woe to them that desire the day of the Lord. Can you read that, brother? We'll go back to Isaiah. Don't worry about it. I got it. Woe unto you. Oh, go ahead, King.
Salakia.
Salakia.
Amos 5:18. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light.
So, you know, this class might rub some people the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Because Lord knows everybody wanted to get on my Facebook page and say, oh, you're crazy. You're laughing at this stuff. Yes. You know why? We live in hell right now. Okay. I don't know where y'all from. This is the internet. You can be from anywhere. Philadelphia is hell right now. I drove by a shooting yesterday. In progress. Normal stuff. Just keep going. Go throughout your day. But this is like a war zone. They have carjacking rings here where they steal your car, they might shoot you, and then they ship the car over to Africa. These damn Hamites going out of their mind in the city. Jake is out of their mind in the city. Jake don't even realize he has an enemy. And it's not just Philadelphia. It's New York. It's LA. It's Memphis. It's all over. So miss me with we gotta love people, bro. God is love. Can't even break down a simple scripture. You love me, keep my commandments. Ain't got nothing to do with give me a hug. Keep my commandments. Do as I say, and you'll be all right. And you'll be surrounded by angels. Other than that, you're going to be nuke food, possibly, if you make it that far. There's people that ain't going to make it home tonight. There's people that aren't going to make it to put their head on their pillow and see their family tonight. That's judgment. They're not even making it to the nuclear weapons. So before we get to nuclear weapons and all that, you got to follow these law, statutes, commandments. You got to do what the Most High says. And then you get that protection, not before. So everybody that's cheering, oh man, yeah, this, World War III, you still got sins? Get rid of them Jones. Repent now. You having a hard time with anything, any type of sin, any type of addiction, any type that you're going through, fast. Stop eating, stop drinking. You'll be all right. You understand? It resets your body. At a certain time, like, damn, my stomach hurts, man. That's going to pass. Now your body's going to start fixing itself, getting these spirits off them. Get the spirits off you. Sit back and read, pray, talk to the Most High. Anything you're going through, anything you need help, talk to the Most High. Because it's going down majorly. Let's go back to Isaiah, Baba Kashar. We're going to go back to Isaiah
10.
48, yeah, 46 and 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 46, verse 10. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasures.
This is pleasure. It's the Most High's pleasure to cause war. He's a man of war. You keep playing with him. You keep thinking he's all handshake, hugs, ice cream, cake, and candy. Not at all. He is a man of war. And we're like what the Edomites say in the Mist. And we've been mocking him far too long. Absolutely. The Most High has been mocked far too long. Disrespecting him, disrespecting his son, disrespecting his word. You're going to come back like, who the hell is that? I got woolly hair. I got eyes, the flame of fire. Who's this guy with his stringy, lice-infected hair? Who's this dirtball? Propagating like me. That's all propaganda. So when brothers go out in the streets and tell you, thus saith the Lord, thus saith the Holy Bible, thus saith a dream, thus saith a vision, people like, what are these niggas talking about? But I guarantee they watching now. If they wasn't watching before, they watching now. Christians, I'm sure, are hitting y'all up like, can you help me with this? What's actually going on in the world? This happens every time a war is about to start. All my Christian friends hit me up out of the blue. Hey, how you doing? I'm like, I kind of know what you already want. Like we can cut this, we can cut the small talk. Okay. You want to know what's going on. Repent, keep the commandments. And they might for the next couple of days. Hey, look, we got a new moon coming up, March 1st. You know what I mean? Passover's coming. You got to keep these laws, statutes, commandments. That's part of the game. That's part of what you got to do. Oh, yeah, I got you. And then things die down, and what happens? Crickets. So the Most High, I give him that. He's the king of pump fakes. He'll say, World War III? Nope. Let me see now, what are y'all going to do? You going to go back in the world? You going to go back to your vomit? Or are you going to keep these law, statutes, commandments 1,000,000 times over? What it say? Yo, go 10 times hard. 10 times go to the Most High, roughly paraphrasing. All right. But he's declared the end in the beginning. Do you know how deep that is? In Genesis, we're going to talk about that in the latter days. What? How you talking about the latter days in Genesis? And then he talks about the latter days in Revelation. Obviously, it's throughout the whole book. The time period we live in now is throughout the entire book. Mute your phone, King. You got background noise. Okay, so he's going to do his pleasure. All right, let's go to verse 11, Baba Shaw.
Isaiah 46 and 11. Calling a ravenous bird from the east, the man that executed my counsel from a far country. Yea, I have spoken it. I will also bring it to pass. I have proposed it. I will also do it.
Check me out. He said, he purposed it and he will do it. He's bringing in a ravenous bird from the east. A man that will execute my counsel, a far country. It's a beautiful time to be alive, man. Listen, Putin got the spirit on him, man. The way he's talking is crazy. He said, look, this is what I'm gonna do. While UN Security Council is having a meeting, I'm gonna have my own meeting. And I seen that. I'm on a class yesterday. I'm like, hold up. Putin's having an emergency meeting. And then the next thing, the UN's having a meeting. Oh, what's going on? What's up? What did Putin say? Look, man, we're having a special his language is second to none. You know what I'm saying? Esau got that language too. You got to watch everything that they say. You know what I'm saying? Watch everything they say. Watch what the devil says and watch what he doesn't say. You know what I'm saying? But Putin, he had his little special, operations, special operations, Everybody leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, God, don't believe me, just watch. You already know. You don't have to believe the scriptures, just pay attention. Romans 3:3. Who cares if they don't believe? You got to work out your salvation, your own salvation with fear and trembling. Don't worry about what the next man believes. What somebody's commenting on your board. What somebody's got something smart to say at camp. You can see the end manifest. I had a dream about that today. We're going to talk about that. You know what I'm saying? Invades Ukraine. And you should see the people getting out of Kiev. They thought it wasn't going to happen. You should have been gone. Once you see 200,000 soldiers on your border that have tanks and missile defense systems and rocket launchers, blood, you know what I mean? They got shipments of blood, medical hospitals popping up. It's kind of like, I can kind of see the writing on the wall. Almost like 70 AD, when armies can pass around our homeland. You can kind of see the writing on the wall. That's what it said, flee into the mountains. Some of our brothers flee into the caves, and they call them the Cave of Horrors. You can look that up, the Cave of Horrors. They found the book of Nahum and the book of, I believe, Zechariah, part in the Cave of Horrors, along with a basket, a 10,000-year-old basket. You know what I'm saying? That's where our ancestors was at. And they called it the Cave of Horrors. Why? Because a lot of people died there. You know what I mean? A lot of people died. So if you're looking for what do you call proof that the Bible exists, you got the book of Nahum in there, part of the book of Nahum and Zechariah. I believe the 12th chapter, if I'm not mistaken.
Salakia, King.
Go ahead, King.
I want to bring a precept out for Isaiah 46:10. Because the Most High talking about everything that's going on. He spoke on this before it even was even a thought, or even before we ever even could imagine that it would happen. I'm gonna start at 3. Therefore, when there shall be seen, Salakia, 2nd Ezra chapter 9 and verse 3, but the point is in 4. Therefore, when there shall be seen earthquakes and uproars of the people in the world, and the earthquakes can also just not necessarily represent the physical earthquake moving of the the tectonic plates, but also just disruptive in unity amongst the people, right? Then shalt thou well understand that the Most High spake of those things from the days that were before thee, even from the beginning. Going back to speaking about in Genesis, how can you know he can declare the end from the beginning? He already knew how this was going to play out. It's only a shock to the rest of the world, but not to us Israelites, because we in the scriptures, we know the prophecies.
Khan, excellent precept, King. Excellent precept.
One more. Jeremiah 28 and 8. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms, of war and of evil and of pestilence. And we see that with the whole damn corona, whatever number they want to give it, and the rumors of wars and the nations rising up against nations. We see it right now folding before our eyes. So we know we living in what would have been future prophecy then, but today is an end time prophecy. I yield.
Khan, absolutely. It's a beautiful time to be alive, man. It's a beautiful time to be here. How many prophets and men of renown wanted to see the time period that we're living in right now? We're living in it. We can see it, and it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing, Khan, can you bring that out, King?
Matthew 13 and 7.
Khan. 13 and 17.
13, 17. It's the book of Matthew, chapter 13 and verse 17. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them.
God, this is it. You know what I mean? This is it. And people like, man, it's not World War III. You being, you going above and beyond with this World War III thing. People really associate World War III with just nuclear weapons. It's not just nuclear weapons. That's the end result. That's the end game of World War III. It been proxy armies. It been Israel striking Syria, striking Damascus, which is biblical prophecy, that Damascus should be a ruinous heap. It been China flying billions of jets, not billions, hundreds of jets over Taiwan. You know what I'm saying? Over a certain period of time. Like they had like 9 yesterday. I don't know how many they flew over there today, but that's war. That's just letting them know, be on guard. You can't be on guard your entire life. Your whole mindset is gonna be like, oh no, here come China again. Here comes China. It's psychologically damaging to the fact that you can't stop them from doing that. Look at that. You know what I'm saying? Like 39 planes. Come on. Yeah, they're sovereign land. We'll tell China that. China's not going to stop. This is all war. You know what I'm saying? You read Sun Tzu, The Art of War. That's a very good book. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could read the Maccabees and get the real art of war. You know what I'm saying? But but it says it's deception in all war. You don't have to. How do you take over a nation without firing a shot? Look at that. 39 planes in Taiwan's airspace in a day. That was last month. Barely last month. That was January 24th. This is all accumulating to the day of destruction. You know what I'm saying? They said all them plagues are going to come to the United States in an hour. They got hypersonic nuclear missiles, man. You know how long it takes for a hypersonic nuclear missile to get here? Not long at all, especially if it's 25 miles away from Atlantic City or 25 miles away from Hawaii. It's not going to take long at all. You understand? All right, let's go to Genesis chapter 49, verse 1. So this is this I named this lesson the end and the beginning. How's it going to be the end and the beginning? Hey man, God works in mysterious ways. It's a seesaw. Esau's going down, we're going up. Esau's not even having babies. Do you know how psychologically damaging that is? You just know you might have one son or one daughter, and you're just looking at them like, Dad, they're gonna tear you behind apart in a couple of years. It's not gonna be none of us left. It's gonna be, you will see an Edomite like, yo, look at that, that's an Edomite. You know what I mean? They're all hocked up off of heroin and popping pills. Shalom. Popping, they said it was, oh man, I wish I had a bottle, but it was a bottle in West Virginia. That's the West Virginia mating call. You got a bottle of pills, you start shaking them up. They're all junkies because they understand the prophecies, that they understand. If they don't understand the Bible, they understand that it's going to be bad. You can see that Louis C. Kane in his stand-up, they were cracking up when he said that. He said, we're not going to fall from number 1 to number 2. They're going to hold us down. And he said a whole bunch of, Edomite stuff. But yeah, that's right. Pretty much. All right. So Genesis 49 and 1, Baba Kashar.
Book of Genesis, chapter 49, verse 1. And Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days.
So Jacob is telling his sons what's going to happen in the last days. And this is for our understanding. This is for our knowledge. This is for, for us to not be afraid and not be fearful in these last days. Now, there's one person you do fear. You fear the Most High. You fear Yahweh. You fear the man you fear the power that can cause a tsunami. Let me say it again, a tsunami that happened in the middle of nowhere. Fiji, Tonga, that's in the middle of nowhere. You can't go any further away from in the world than Fiji. You can't go any further away than Tonga. My aunt that just said, Uridon had a dream about it 3 days before it happened. 3 or 4 days before it happened. He said, I dream about tsunami. And a tsunami happened. You know, because that brother's in the spirit. That brother fasts. That brother prays. That brother reads his scriptures. That brother goes to camp. That brother goes to feast days. He's not making excuses. He'd come from work to come to camp after standing up for 12 hours. What excuse the brother's got? No excuse, man. No excuse. So that's why he gets the dreams. That's why he gets the visions. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it just fell in his lap. He's putting in the work. And look what happened in Tonga. Look what happened in Fiji. Let me tell you what happened. The loudest boom that they ever heard happened. The people that were on the ground to listen to the stories, it was a loud boom. They couldn't hear anything. So they went deaf. It's just ringing in their ears. Somebody's right next to you like, you can't hear anything. What? I can't hear you. The plume went up to like 52,000 feet, way beyond where planes are. And what happened? It blocked out the sun. So now you can't hear and you can't see. And guess what's on its way? A damn tsunami. You want to talk judgment? That's judgment. And all the ash rained down on their beautiful island of Tonga, and everything that were growing, all the beautiful plants and fruit and vegetables, devastated, gone. It's all ash. That is toxic ash. Toxic ash, man. And the tsunami, it came to the United States. It came to destroy the United States.
Every home on one island was destroyed by 50-foot waves. Tonight, we're seeing the scope of the devastation from that deadly underwater volcanic eruption and tsunami on the Pacific island nation of Tonga. Every home on one island was destroyed by 50-foot waves. Before and after satellite photos show the disaster zone is covered in thick ash.
Every home gone.
Because you know I'm all about that.
That's what you call judgment. That's what you call judgment of the Most High. You understand? And how long ago did that happen? January 20th. That wasn't that long ago, man. It's only February. It's things are happening so fast. You're like, well, that happened like a year ago? It happened last month. Barely a month. Okay. Peru. People in Peru were sitting on the beach. Oh, I love life. This is beautiful. All of a sudden, a tsunami wave comes and drags them out into the ocean. That's what happens in tsunami. People they don't just say they're dead. They say they're missing because they're in the middle of the ocean. That's what the Most High is doing. Oh man, you gotta hurry up with these prophecies. What? What are you not seeing? What are you missing? You know what I'm saying? I see it. My ox sees it. We call each other all the time. Like, yo, do you see that? That's prophecy. You know what I mean? The brother brought out the uproars of people in Second Ezra. What about the Canadian truck drivers? Canada's like, yo, we're not coming to the United States. We're not dropping off nothing. We got to take you know what I'm saying? I can't even say the word. We got to take that. We're not coming there. Okay, I got you. So if Canada is having an issue, guess what? America's having an issue as well, because that is how a lot of America gets their goods from Canada, from at least the northern side of America, right? And right now they're having a rally in the Mojave Desert, and they're going from the Mojave Desert to Washington, D.C. And guess what the United States did? Has 700 unarmed National Guardsmen to prevent that over there in Washington, D.C. Oh, it's uproars of people. And when you go outside of the United States is a bunch of drones. They sit there and take whatever they give them. Not over there in France. They know what tyranny is because they had Napoleon and all that. They had World War II bombs being dropped. You know, their grandparents can tell them stories. America is the great whore that's like, nobody's gonna do nothing to me. I sit a queen. I don't even know what a bomb looks like, let alone know what it sounds like or experienced it. So over there, they are protesting in Germany daily. Somebody said Slovakia?
Now I was just gonna say, like, I was just saying, like, you know, to myself, like, if we ain't going out there to them foreign countries or islands to prophesy, it don't even make sense going out. You know what I'm saying? Because like what you said, people like people are just enjoying their vacation and just get pulled out into the water. So it's like you don't even want to, like, a lot of people that's just planning for a vacation. Israel, stay your black ass home and lock into this word. It's going down, and it's to the point. And it's to the point now to where, you know, the Most High said it, that a man shall desire to go into a city and cannot. So a lot of times when it's talking about city, you got to think big. I mean, you got to think about other countries. You see what I'm saying? Because in the Bible, it describes like different countries or whatever as cities also. So a lot of people want to travel outside of the U.S. and go into another country or whatever, you know, different cities and islands and stuff like that. You're not going to be able to, because once World War III really take off, you know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to be able to fly anywhere. And I yell.
Excellent point. You know, people like, man, I want to go to Jamaica. I'm not going to Jamaica because I know I get in there, they're not going to let me back in. I had a problem with that when I left out the country. You know, I had to go through the special line. Trust me, Israel, you're going through the special line as well. They're going to be like, we know who you are. We know what you do. We just want you to know that we know. And that's fine with me. You know what I'm saying? So it would be great. You know, Jamaica's a beautiful island. Benjamin's there. The food is delicious. You know what I'm saying? The water's crystal clear. I'm going to wait till all this to happen before I start to travel. Because I'm not taking that. You know what I'm saying? I already know people that got heart attacks and strokes. You know what I'm saying? They were healthy before and now they're not. You know, now that, you know, the menstrual cycle was normal, now it's off. You seen what Bill Gates said. We put that on the last time, you know, the last Thursday night class I was here. He said, yeah, it's called depopulation. We don't want you here. And you know what his wife said? We're going to make sure that the blacks get it first. And that's a TED Talk. He stood on a stage in front of, I mean, you know, hundreds of people, but it's the TED Talk. It's on YouTube right now. You can watch it. So when they're talking about, oh, it's mandatory, I'm keeping note. Who said it's mandatory? Oh, you said that? You signed in the decree? All right. You know what I mean? Because in the future, things are going to be turned around. And most high willing, these people don't die in a thermonuclear destruction. Prolonged torture. You're telling me you're going to give this to children, my children? You're trying to get a emergency decree to have it for children under 5? How many children under 5 are dying from, you know what I'm saying? But you trying to get an emergency decree. Will we on the 4th booster now? And people are still getting sick. So what good did you do? I feel fine. You know, I eat an orange every day. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Drink water, exercise, stuff like that. Get some sun. And then finally they will say, like, you know, he might be on to something. He can't even go to certain countries because he killed them. I mean, you know, he gave them a polio or something that just totally destroys their immune system, totally destroys their ability to reproduce. He's a eugenics. A lot of these so-called white people are eugenics. They want their family to survive and yours not. That's why there's an abortion clinic in your neighborhood and it's not in theirs. It's no accident. Okay. Can you read verse 2 Genesis 49, verse 2, Baruch Shah.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 49, verse 2. Gather yourselves together and hear ye sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father.
So when you go over the prophecies and you look at the 12 tribes chart, you're like, man, that's pretty on point. I don't know what people say when they're like, nah, the chart, I don't know about the chart and this, that, and the third. Yeah, it's understood that there's some Israelites that live in China. There's some Israelites that live in Japan. There's Israelites scattered abroad, like it says in James. You know what I mean? We're all over. Okay? But for the majority of us, we're in Babylon. And when you go down to Brazil, they're dealing with a lot of problems too. A lot of Jake is down there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of Jakes was shipped to the islands. You know, it's a rendition, if you will, of each slave ship leaving from the west coast of Africa, coming over here to come to America, to the Americas, to the islands, and to South America. It's constant. As the years going by, it's just ships. You understand? So we hear the Africans did not sell Africans. They sold Israel. And they apologized. They went over to Ghana. Ghana president or whoever is like, yo, we're sorry we sold y'all. So just in case you thought they didn't, they did. All right, you got over here somehow. You didn't get over here on American Airlines, on Carnival cruise ship. You got over here on cargo slave ships, one piled on top of each other. Menstrual, diarrhea, urine, you name it. Every bodily fluid you can think of was flowing all through you. You understand? And when you died, they just threw you overboard. Sharks were following the slave ship. You know? Why? Because we disrespected the Most High and we did not keep his law, statutes, and commandments. So just like the brother Maccabees on this call right now, let somebody come up here with a pork chop in the kingdom. Let somebody do something crazy like that. Off with your head, man. Because there's no way in the world we can go back to something like this. This is hell. All right? And it's even more hell because you try to tell your brothers and sisters who they are, and they look at you like you're crazy. Now it's crazy. World War III. We on a doorstep of World War III. So what should we be doing in these last days? Let's go to Zephaniah 2:1. Because you know, our forefather Jacob, he said it. He said what was going to happen. And it just gets reiterated through the scriptures. And what we need to do, we need to come together. When we come together, I know brothers realize this in HOI. When we come together through New York, New Jersey, DMV, LA, whatever, Midwest, Memphis, when brothers get together and just start talking, we just meditating terror. It'd be crazy if this happened. Crazy if that happened. And guess what? It happens. Why? Because the angels are listening. Look at them gathering together. Look at them doing what we asked them to do. So guess what? We about to turn up. And they turn up, it'd be 3s, 12 people died, 3 people died. And just letting you know, yeah, that's what happens. You know what I mean? And we be having a good time, man. So I would encourage anybody that's, still, you in this walk, you might be looking at HOI, IUIC, GMS, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Gather together with a camp. With a camp that mostly fits your spirit. You know what I'm saying? If your spirit resonates with them, then holla at them. Oh man, I'm still in my sin, this, that, and the third. Let's work on that, man. We can work on this. That's what fasting's for. That's what prayer's for. When you got everybody praying, man, I'm drawn right now, man. I started smoking cigarettes again. All right, brothers, we're going to pray for you on that. You know what I'm saying? Brothers will pray for you. No, you going to hell, brother. Da, 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 da. Man, listen, everybody has something that they dealing with. That's why we pray for each other. We got like prayer groups and everything, man. We pray for each other. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. And look, we're in that season right now. We're in the season. Passover season's on its way. And you see what the Most High is doing? He's taking brothers out the truth. He's taking sisters out the truth. And he's cutting people down. Go ahead. Somebody say
I gotta mute his phone.
Oh, okay.
Mike.
All right.
Yeah, Salakia, once again, please, if you tune into the class, please mute your phones. You know, as soon as y'all tune into the class, please mute your phones. You know, let's have respect for brothers bringing out the word. You know, down like Oracle Lock and Batman. Good.
All praise the Most High, King. All right, let's go Zephaniah 2, verse 1, Baruch Shah.
Book of Zephaniah, chapter 2, verse 1. Gather yourselves together, yea, gather together, O nation not desired.
So who's the nation not desired? It's us. We got a brother right now in a South Korean prison. It's hell. I'm talking about Philadelphia's hell. I ain't got nothing to do with being in prison in South Korea. You know what I'm saying? Brother Baruch, powerful brother. You know what I'm saying?
And all of us with Corona in here. This is your brother Baruch, man. I'm over here in Corona City, Korea, man. We stuck here in this detention center, you know what I'm saying? And all of us with Corona in here, right? And this is the condition that we are living right now. There's trash all over the place. As you guys can see right here, this is the bathroom, man. A brethren that was here, he got. This is the center right here. The fence, you see? Right here. You see that? There's food all over the floor, man. You know, people are really getting mad, bro.
Yeah, man.
This is how we're living right now. This is how they're doing us right now. You know what I mean? You know, so see right here, there's a hole right here, right? You can see my hand. You know, so it's surrounded around bars and stuff. You know, this is the door. What these Korean
that vexes
people are
me
doing to the people.
To the max, man.
Here.
You know what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm bringing out the brother is because you need people to have your back in these last days. They came in, got that brother in federal custody, and shipped him to the other side of the world, just so people on the other side of the world can say the case is dropped. That's kidnapping, man. That wasn't a case. It was BS. You understand? And look, we got to GoFundMe to get the brother out, because now they're like, yo, we need money to get him out now. You know what I'm saying? So whatever you can give, please give, man, because that brother's in hell right now. If you got love for HOI, please, Bubba Gashar, help us get that brother home. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to come together, nation not desired. If nobody knew, if his family didn't know that they took him out, where would he be? He would have been like, yo, what happened to Baruch? I don't know, man. He must not be coming to camp, man. He must have fell off. You know what I'm saying? Call him, he's not answering his phone. Like, all right, I'll give him some minutes. He's in another country. You know why? Because of Jim Crow Joe Biden. Pay attention, man. He ain't no joke. Biden might seem like he's a dummy, but he knows exactly what he's doing. Barack Hussein Obama, on January 1st, I'm not sure the exact date, but he was if you type it in NDAA, type in that NDAA. I can't think of what date it was, but it was on so he had to keep on with the NDAA. They got to keep on like the Patriot Act, keep on saying, yeah, we still need this act. But they originally signed it was Barack was the president and Biden was the vice president. They signed it on January 1st, while the entire world, other than the Israelites, is getting drunk on New Year's or a hangover on New Year's. That's when they signed it, late night, when nobody's paying attention. You know what I'm saying? So what is the NDAA? On wartime and in peace. Wartime and in peace. That means that goes any 365 days a year, whenever we can take you out of your home and bring you to an undisclosed location. You don't, no lawyer, no type of counsel, Louis with a lawyer, phone call, none of that. You don't have no rights. You could be in somebody's basement in Romania by tomorrow night, the way this government works. And that's written in the law. You understand? So they did that to that brother. But what happened? He has family. He has people that's like, yo, what are you doing? Where is he going? What's happening? All right, boom, call the elder up. Boom, have a meeting. What's going on? Now we all know. But if you an individual, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like if I'm doing my own thing, you know what I'm saying? I don't believe in the white man's devil, this, that, and the third. They don't care about that. They say you an Israelite and you ain't got nobody watching you right now. You ain't got no peoples that you keep up with. No, come on. We're gonna take it to a whole nother country. So South Korea got a lot to pay for, man. They need to not only release that brother tonight, but give that brother abundance of substance on his way on a private jet in first class. That's what they need to do. Now, are they going to do it? I mean, you know, the heathens, they ain't too smart. They ain't got the spiritual discernment that we got, that they don't see what we see. And I see destruction coming to South Korea. I see Kim Jong-un turning that place into a parking lot, airing it out permanently. You know what I'm saying? And if they want to keep him in there, he's going to get, he'll leave on the chariot. If that be the case. Go ahead, somebody said Salakia.
Precept. This is Matthews 24, verse 20. It says, but pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. So that basically tells you, like, you know, there's gonna be people, there's gonna be Israelites that you know what I'm saying, get snatched up. You know what I'm saying? And the Most High is like, listen, pray your flight be not in the winter. You know what I'm saying? Through Matthew. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you don't want that day, and even giving suckling these days. That means people that are having children. This is the worst time to have them, because this all hell is going to be breaking loose. You see what I'm saying? And you don't want that to be on the Sabbath day. You getting pulled out of your house, or in the middle of winter, you butt naked, you ain't got no clothes on. You know, this happened in 2017 to a brother. He was in the house with his son and they snatched him out of his house. You know what I'm saying? Because he's one of them conspiracy theorists, and he had a lot of information. So the government will come and snatch you up if they feel need to.
And that, Slacky, that's why we got to follow these laws, statutes, commandments. Because, you know, the Most High, hey, man, you'll have a 20 team SWAT, all geared up, armor, helmets, everything, coming to your house, right? And then all of a sudden, every one of their cell phones ring. Bada-bing, bada-bing. Come quick, mama's sick. Wait, what? Hold on. Hey, man, something happened to your daughter. We in the hospital right now. Wait, what? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? The Most High could do something like that. Most High could have them come out, they SWAT geared to your house. Every one of them have a heart attack. There'd be 20 dead bodies out there. The coroner guy come like, I'm not touching none of these people. I don't know what just happened. You understand? Because the angel of the Lord encamped around those that fear him. You ain't got to get it. We gonna get it. We gonna get it. We gonna get to it. You ain't got to get it now. We gonna get to it.
Salakia, precept.
Go ahead, Ken.
This is First Maccabees, chapter 2, started at verse 38. We're talking about how they come do us dirty on the Sabbath, right? Because they know that we reverence that day to the Lord. And to fight is the equivalent of doing work on that day, right? This is verse 38. So they rose up against them in battle on the Sabbath, and they slew them with their wives and children and their cattle to the number of 1,000 people. Verse 39. Now when Mattathias and his friends understood hereof, they mourned for them right sore. Verse 40. And one of them said to another, if we all do as our brethren have done, and fight not for our lives and laws against the heathen, they will now quickly root us out of the earth. At that time, therefore, they decreed, saying, whosoever shall come to make battle with us on the Sabbath day, we will fight against them. Neither will we die all as our brethren that were murdered in the secret places. So as long as we keeping our Shabbat and these heathen know that we reverencing our Lord on that day, they're going to always come and get us. That's an opportune time for them, but it's an inopportune time for us. But if Israel was already gathered as a nation and understood that we are a nation, we would have, if we'd have kept the commandments of the Lord, we would already have that rulership of a military to fight for us. They didn't kidnap one of our brothers, right? And the money that we got to ante up to pay him, that's a damn ransom. And ain't nobody going over there fighting for him. If that was a heathen or a damn Edomite, they never even would have been able to come over here and take him, let alone have them over there talking about pay some money to get them back. This is why we fast and pray for each other on behalf of each other together as a nation. We mourn and we lament to the Most High, and he delivers us. We looking at everything going on right now as end time prophecy. It was future prophecy. That's end time prophecy now. This is the beginning of payback. The Most High is going down the list, checking them off. So South Korea, them wicked ass bastards, they got their lick coming too. They think they're gonna fight, and Russia and them think they're gonna take over, and eventually World War III, like he's gonna be the next superpower. Hey man, South Korea probably thinking the same thing. But what they don't realize is that all of y'all doing is setting y'all self up to be the slaves for us. Go ahead, destroy each other, make less people that we gotta wipe out when Yahweh Shai come back. Stockpile all the food, all the weapons, so we won't have to worry about doing none of that, because the fallout, all of it's going to be destroyed anyway. So good, go ahead and build up our kingdom and set us straight for when we annihilate y'all. I yield, Doc.
Facts. Con. You know what I'm saying? They just think, you know what? Who's going to rouse up Jacob, man? Who's going to rouse up Judah? You know what I'm saying? Everybody. It's coming from all angles. It's coming from all angles. It got to be your family, job. You go outside, get a breath of fresh air, see the chemtrails, look down at your radiation phone. You know what I'm saying? That they know is killing us. You understand? That's why, stop being on this phone 24 hours a day. Don't have this equipment by you. You know what I'm saying? It's radio waves. You know what I mean? Everything. Brothers kidnapped over in South Korea. So this, like the brother said, this is why we fast. This is why we pray. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot going on right now. Okay? So the Most High is going to hear our prayers, and not going to. He is hearing our prayers. Right now, Arya, I just sent you something from Russia Today. Just came in hot off the presses. All right. All right, let's go back to Zephaniah. All right. Verse 2, Baba Kashar.
Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 2. Before the
Slakia. Can you start verse 1? Slakia, just to keep going.
Zephaniah 2 and 1. Gather yourselves together. Yea, gather together, O nation not desire.
Go ahead.
Before the decree bring forth, before the day pass as the chaff, before the fierce anger of the Lord come upon you, before the day of the Lord's anger come upon you.
Serious business. Come together before this happens, okay? Because right now, what's going on in Russia and in Ukraine is coming over to your shores. Because a lot of people that obviously haven't been paying attention to world geopolitical news don't realize that America is the reason why Ukraine feels tough enough to fight against Russia. You understand? And the tons of equipment sent over there, that's your tax dollars. That's your children's leaky roof at their school. That's the pothole that you've been driving over every day for the past 3 years. That's That's the bridges that's collapsing over there in Pennsylvania near Pittsburgh. The damn devil goes over there to gloat about his infrastructure bill, and the damn bridge collapsed. That's embarrassing. You don't want that to happen. You understand? But the Most High did that. You know why? Because you build up, I'm gonna throw down. That's why. All right. And this came up hot off the presses. Breaking news. What happened? Reports of explosions in Kiev, man. Yo, man, they just want to bomb them and that's it. Man, this is a war. It's a strategy. You can't have your troops fighting 24 hours a day. Bring them home. Send your barracks. Now, y'all that was chilling, y'all come in and y'all infiltrate. How they doing this? They explode. They sending missiles. They sent a missile to the airport. That's beautiful to see. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a Hollywood movie, but it's reality. That's really happening. People are really dying over there in Ukraine. They had a fire truck putting out the flames. So you put out the flames, go get your dead, collect your dead, and we're gonna do it again tonight. And then we're gonna do it again tomorrow. And we're gonna do it again until you submit, and then we bring the troops in. Now all the tanks are coming in. They're there in Donetsk, in certain regions, Odessa in certain regions, but now it's gonna all come in together after y'all just completely demoralized. Kind of, if that's in English, can you play that? Because that's a good speech. It might be 26 minutes, but maybe not the whole thing. But I can paraphrase.
Lucky, I'm gonna try to use a different source because y'all said we can't use the Russian intelligence because Esau's a little biased in USA.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They were losing the information war, so that's why they took Russia Today off a lot of platforms. Hillary Clinton said that back when she was running. We're losing the information war, which really means the propaganda war, because Russia is America's enemy. So if you want to know what America's doing, go to Russia Today. They'll tell you. They the one scene they told Joe Biden, they were like, so you think you underestimated Putin? Yo, he stood there for like, it was so, I mean, they call it uncomfortable silence. It was hilarious. He's like, he has false teeth, right? So he started picking stuff out of his teeth. They're like, you don't feel anything. There's nothing in your teeth. You can't even feel them. But that's just he's nervous, like. That's hilarious. And like Ariel put up.
It's too early for a response, Don, if I'm absolutely honest, because
he put up the picture of their president, Zelensky, I forget whatever his name is, President Z, whatever. He was crying, like he just got finished crying. You know when somebody just get finished crying. You got children, you'd be like, what's wrong? Nothing. We gotta fight. And he said it's martial law over there. So anybody that's willing to fight, he's gonna give him a gun. That's just more people dying because these Russian soldiers ain't no joke. They train in the Arctic. You know what I'm saying? You just learning how to fire your gun. Like, all right, what I do, I pull the trigger here. Man, you dead as a doorknob.
Salakia,
go ahead.
Before we bring it out, I just want to land me back on what we was talking about with Moab and them getting what they got coming to them. We dropped down, stay in Zephaniah 2 and drop down to verse 9. The Most High, he letting it be known right there. And the thing is, he coming after Moab and after Ammon, damn Chinese and the Japanese together. And we know that South and North Korea, they've been beefing for the last 50 years anyway. He might even move the spirit and cause them to start looking at it like it's an opportunity to kick it off with each other as well. But he says, therefore, as I live, saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, surely Moab shall be as Sodom, and the children of Ammon as Gomorrah, even the breeding of nettles and salt pits, and a perpetual desolation. The residue of my people shall spoil them, and the remnant of my people shall possess them. So he's talking about in that last day when the Most High come and we get our retribution, and man, we're gonna tear off into Moab now, right? They going into change just as well, but he said they're gonna have a perpetual desolation. That could happen. That don't necessarily mean in the end. That could happen while all these wars is getting ready to kick off, because it's nations rising against nations, and where there's war is chaos, and it's also opportunity. right? North Korea or either South Korea could feel like, well, hey, once we in this, we in it. Let's get at all of our other enemies as well. Sneak and drop bombs over on North Korea, right? So the Most High letting it be known that they're gonna get those. He said, as Sodom and Gomorrah, he rained down hellfire. And when you talk to elders like Mathathawa and from House of David or Elder Kahan from Light of Zion, they go over there all the time to Jerusalem. And they said when they go over there by Sodom and Gomorrah, the 5 cities, you could still smell the sulfur in the air from when the Most High rained down fire and brimstone on them wicked bastards, man. It's still there lingering right now, and the land is still desolate right now. God.
Excellent precept, King. Let's go to Nahum chapter 1, verse 7. So for anybody that thought this was a one day and done, nah. This is going down. NATO's scared, rightfully so, because Russia has hypersonic missiles that no defense system can stop. It's too fast. By the time the missile defense system goes up, that missile's already on its way. And look, that's his picture. He's crying. You see his eyes all puffy? Puff Daddy eyes, man. He's crying all night. You're like, I didn't think they was gonna do it. And then NATO, you probably really got the call from NATO, like, yo, we're not coming. We're not sending no troops. So he's like, damn, we all gonna die in this joint.
Hey, Salakia, King, can I say something on that real quick? Because earlier I was watching the whole outbreak and everything with this cat right here. What is his name? And it's crazy because Vladimir Putin and his name Vladimir, almost the same, right? Zelensky, President Zelensky, I believe his name is. Mm-hmm. They saying that Ukraine, when you go back to Chernobyl, back in like 86, when the nuclear power plant exploded, from then up to like 2014, when they had that last war, they said that America, the UN, the UE, US, and including Russia, they all had Ukraine to sign like a waiver, you know what I'm saying, and hand over all of their nuclear capabilities. And Russia, America, and Britain all signed a petition saying that they would aid and protect Ukraine if it ever came to a point like this, because they gave up their nuclear capabilities. Now, Russia just said, man, the hell with the damn peace treaty, right? Tore up, they signed agreement and then embarged in up on these people's territory. And now America and the damn the UN, they telling them the same thing. Like, we can't do anything about it. We'll make sanctions. Okay, so what, you turning off their damn cell phone capability and cyber connects and all of that? What that's got to do with them bombing my damn city? It's almost as if all three of them cahoots together, got them to hand over their nuclear capabilities. Now they're allowing them to be destroyed by one of the very people who was supposed to have been sworn to protect them against something like this. Wicked bastards, man.
Khan and Slakia, the thing is, the reason why Russia is bombing them is because they got too cool with the West. You know what I'm saying? Like, they saying like, look, we can live in peace and all that, but if you start talking about you're gonna be part of NATO, now you're an enemy. You know what I'm saying? So what happened in 2014, we're gonna get to the scripture. I just want to bring this up. It's very important. In 2014, John McCain and Victoria Nuland went over to Ukraine and was like, yo, do what y'all gotta do. You're talking about overthrowing the government. You know what I'm saying? Because I think the president then was Poroshenko, something like that. So they threw it, they got him, they got rid of him. You know what I'm saying? They gave $5 billion when Victoria Nuland's having this, you know, letting everybody in the world know what's going to happen over there in Ukraine. She had a sign that said ExxonMobil and I believe, I don't know if it was BP or another company, oil company. It's all for money. So they gave that $5 billion for them to overthrow the Ukrainian government and put in the puppet government, which is little pipsqueak they got now. And they just kept pumping his head up like, yo, we got you. Russia's not going to touch you, this, that, and the third. And now look, the devil lied. All right. But this is what we got to do. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Nahum 1 and 7, Bubba Shaw. $5 billion Ukrainian government. See that? President spent $5 billion. So if this is under Obama's watch, who was the vice president? You already know the answer to that. Who's president now? You already know the answer to that. So they've been gearing up for this. This is 2014 this happened. You know what I'm saying? Russia's like, yo, Russia's been sitting there like, yo, leave us alone. We're going to bomb y'all. Leave us alone. We got some weapons. Leave us. All right, never mind. We wrapped out. And that's what he did yesterday. Like, we wrapped out. We going to war. All right. To bring that out, Nahum 1 and 7, Bubba Shaw.
Book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 7. The Lord is good, a stronghold in the day of trouble, and he knoweth them that trust in him.
So we got to trust in the Most High. You know what I'm saying? You see this wars and rumors of war. All right, I'm done. I made it to the kingdom. Ain't nobody made it to the kingdom yet that I know of. You know what I'm saying? You know, what they say? Kingdom of heaven is within you. Follow the law, statutes, commandments. Watch how the Most High changes your entire life right in front of your eyes and in front of your enemies' eyes. You know what I'm saying? You got to worry about looking over your shoulder because you know there's angels encamped around you. Let's go to 1 Samuel 2 and 3. The angels are camped around you. And you can't pump fake the Most High. You cannot pump fake God. He knows what you're thinking. He knows what you're going through. He knows what you've been through. He knows everything. So it's best to be completely honest with him. Go ahead. You can bring that out.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 2 and verse 3. Talk no more so exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
So he understands what you're thinking. He understands, man, I ain't even into this whole Israelite thing. I'm about to go back in the world. Say that then. You know what I mean? There's always somebody, just like Saul, there's somebody behind you that's going to take your spot. Don't take it. Like if you this far, if you're literally watching stuff, prophecy happen, man, you should go 10 times harder. You should, proclaim a fast. You know, I'm gonna spend my day praying tomorrow. I'm gonna be at work, but I'm gonna be praying. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be talking to the Most High all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stop listening to that ratchet worldly music, man. It ain't doing nothing for me but teaching me how to kill, steal, and rob my brother. I ain't gonna watch that. I ain't gonna stay on Netflix and you know chill all day. You know what I'm saying? I got better things to do. I gotta read these scriptures. I gotta know what's gonna happen next. You know what I'm saying? I can meditate for an hour, 2 hours, talking to the Most High, getting close to Yahweh Shem Mashiach Yahushua. All right, let's go to St. Luke. St. Luke chapter 13. Oh, go ahead, Ken.
I got the quick precept I wanted to bring out for you real quick so I could take notes on this one as well. Here we go. 1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 26. Get this real quick. 1 Samuel chapter 15 and verse 26. Bring it out when you got it, King.
Verse Samuel chapter 15 and verse 26. And it reads, And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee, for thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel.
Right, read on. Slakia, jump to verse 28.
Verse 28. And Samuel said unto him, The Lord have rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and have given it to a neighbor of thine, that is better than thou.
So this to back up what the brother Kasadia was saying, you know, beautiful lesson again. The Most High replaced King Saul with King David as his replacement, because King Saul was taking too much advantage of the Lord's grace. So the Most High had enough mercy for King Saul, and it ran out. So now the Lord got fed up with King Saul and gave his crown unto King David. How you?
So let's not play with God. Let's not. I'm gonna get it together one day. Your one day might not come. Pay attention. If you didn't go to sleep, like we was on the call, you see what's going on? A lot of brothers might want to sleep early. This happened at night. You understand? When he said I'm coming like a thief in the night, you better believe it. Think about what happened in Ukraine. They sleep. No, life is good. Life is good. bombs drop in the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, until till the daybreak, and they got to see what happened. And now bombs are dropping right now. It's coming like a thief in the night. You think you can go to sleep? Tomorrow I'll get it together. Tomorrow this, tomorrow that. Tomorrow might never come. Okay? Tomorrow might not never come. If you're still waiting for those nukes to drop, somebody got shot today, and he's not going to see no nukes. He's going to see an early grave. Okay? Not an early grave, because Most High knows what time everything is. You know what I'm saying? Can you bring that out, King? Ecclesiasticus 5 and 7.
Oh, let me get that. I thought we was in Luke.
Yeah, we'll hold Luke. We'll get there. We'll get back.
All right, Ecclesiasticus. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 5 and verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance.
You see what I'm saying? Like, in security, I'm good. I'll be all right. Nah, I can miss this new moon. You know what I'm saying? I'll be all right. Maybe I'll get the next one. Don't do that. You tripping. Let's go back to Luke, Baba Kashar, 13, and we're going to start at verse 2.
God. It's the book of Luke, chapter 13 and verse 2. And Jesus answered, Salakia, and Jesus answering said unto them, suppose ye that these Gileans were sinners above all the Gileans, because they suffered such things. I tell you, nay.
Go ahead.
I tell you, nay, but except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish.
So we look at things like, damn, that happened to such and such. He must have been wicked. So he's like, hold up. You think you better than them? Who lied to you? You got your sin. They had their sin. But you can see what happened to them. You going to repent or you going to perish? Pick one. Go ahead.
Verse 4. For those 18 upon whom the tower of Siloam fell and slew them, think ye that they were sinners above all men that dwelt in Jerusalem?
And I'll give you an example. Here in Philadelphia, it made national news. It was a fire. You know what I mean? A 5-year-old was playing with a lighter by a Christmas tree, right? And like 12, 13 people in that house died. You understand? And brother's like, yo, man, mess with that Christmas tree. That's what happened. The 5-year-old lit the fire and then he got out. Everybody else perished in the fire. Okay. But like, oh, that's judgment on them. You think you better than them? You sure you better than each one of them? It was children in there that died. You think the life you lived was better than they lived? Better than their life? Don't fool yourself, man. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, can you read next verse?
Verse 5. I tell you, nay, but except ye repent, ye shall all likewise perish.
So you shall all likewise perish. Okay? You know what I'm saying? And he said it twice. Anytime you see something in the Bible twice, trust and believe he's trying to hammer it home. Except you repent, shall all likewise perish. Okay? Don't think you're going to go to sleep and wake up. He said, I'm coming like a thief in the night. It literally might be in the night, or it literally might be any other time. Like a thief, they don't say, that's when I'm coming. Brothers is reading these prophecies like, all right, we still got the race war, still got they're going to come throw us in cages, they're going to do this. Brother Baruch, he's already locked up in the cage.
It's lucky,
prophecy fulfilled. Go ahead.
Aria. Hey, can you pull up a YouTube video real quick? It's called Viral Video Shows Moment, Massive Rock Falls on Boat of Tourists in Brazil. I don't know how to do the little thing you talking about, how you send the files. It's called Viral Video Shows Moment, Massive Rock Falls on Boat of Tourists in Brazil. That's it right there. It's going off of Luke 13 and 4. And these are all Edomites.
Over
Over the weekend, tragedy in Brazil after a cliff collapsed, killing 10 people and injuring dozens more. Video shows the chaotic moments as boaters approach the cliff on Furnace Lake, a popular spot about 260 miles north of Sao Paulo. And notice something is wrong. Then this.
Half the wall fell off.
So
And that's funny. That's like cartoons.
Yeah, that don't look real.
Salaki, that was pure judgment right there. Like, what was the like? They was there at the time that it fell. Like that's judgment. That's like almost like the Most High sent the angel and said, "Yo, break this piece of rock off and let it fall on them right now." Like it was like almost like if it was set up. And I seen that video a minute ago, and I was saying, I said, "Yo, that gotta be judgment from the Most High." They was just living their lives. They was just having fun, laughing, and I said, "This is judgment right here." That cliff would just fall like that on them.
Because that could have, like you said, that could have happened 2 minutes before or 2 minutes after, and they would have been fine.
And Salakia, they got a even better angle of it from one of the people that was on the boat that got past. It was called, and that one was called Brazil cliff collapse, kills at least 10. And you see it from a lower angle from whoever was on one of those boats that made it past. It's called Brazil cliff collapse.
Yeah, it joined the airways.
And Salaki, just a few years ago, they was just over there burning the rainforest down where the world gets majority of its fresh air from.
That's it there. And just look at how close the numbers is. Like they said, it was 15 altogether. 10 died, 10 injured. I think 5 died or 10 dead, 5 injured.
30 injured at the bottom.
Esse aqui é o exato local de onde houve o desprendimento da rocha. A gente consegue observar aqui no momento que quem existe apetrechos ainda de embarcações.
O Corpo de Bombeiros Militar de Minas Gerais informa.
See how beautiful it is down there too? Look at that beautiful water. That's very peaceful. It's last days. What does it feel like to get hit in the head with the side of a mountain? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's pretty painful. You know what I'm saying? And you got a whole mountain on you, and you're underneath the water. So either the rocks kill you, or you're gonna drown. That's just.
And Salaki King, and look at the closeness of the numbers. Like from the scripture, those 18 upon whom the Tower of Siloam fell. Like, what if those, like, just going with the spirit, what if those are the same damn wicked spirits back then who repeating their same destruction and judgment in the exact same manner because they never repented?
It's possible. You know, it's possible. You know, were they the sinners above men, above all men that dwell in Jerusalem? You know, I'm sure they definitely had their sins available. You know what I mean? If it's Esau on them, hey, all praise the Most High. Get them out of here. Now, if it's our brothers, you know, we don't gloat when our brothers get killed like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, we wish that they come to repentance. You know, and that they you know, we see them in the kingdom, they try again. You know what I mean? Some of the everlasting salvation, some of the everlasting shame. Let's go to Baruch, Public Shaw. Baruch chapter 4. All right. I just wanted to bring that out with Luke. You know what I'm saying? We got to really be humble in this thing. Shamefaced it. Let's not think that we bigger than who we are. You know, we understand through the spirit that the Most High is working with us. So the Most High through the spirit was working with Saul. as well. So let's not fall off in these last days. All right. Baruch chapter 4, and we start at verse 28. Oh, sure.
It's the book of Baruch, chapter 4, and verse 28. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more.
So if you fall off, you got to fall back on, but don't just fall back on like, all right, I'm gonna do the bare minimum. No, you got to go hard in this thing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of brothers, the elders told me, like, when you start seeing prophecy, then camp's gonna be popping. You know what I'm saying? When it's cold and 20 degrees and nothing's happening, it might be, the harvest is plenty, the laborers are few. Salaki, paraphrasing. You know what I'm saying? But now, a lot of people are gonna be like, yo, I'm coming to camp today. All right. Don't just come there just to sit around and do the bare minimum, look at your watch and leave. You gotta come 10 times more, because you don't know if the Most High accepts your repentance. It'd be nice, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, God. But you're dealing with a God of knowledge. All right. And with him, actions are weighed. All right.
Lucky King, precept.
Go ahead.
And this is for us, like for that brother that find himself that done fell off and he gotta go 10 times harder. We also gotta bear that cross with him. When you go to Galatians 6:1. Brethren, if a man be overtaken in a fault, ye which are spiritual, restore such a one in the spirit of meekness, considering thyself, lest thou also be tempted. So when we look at our brothers who fallen off, we can't just, like you said, we don't gloat to their destruction, right? It pains us to see our brothers going through what they're going through, but at the same time of witnessing that, we got to come with the scriptures and help rebuild that brother's spirit, help him fortify himself, so that those same damn wicked demons don't come back seven men deep and try to make him worse than he was when he fell off the first time.
Yeah, man, and this is we come together on Nation Not Desired. We come together. We got to have that mindset to do better, because nobody can walk you through this, believe it or not. Nobody's going to walk you through this. You know what I'm saying? You got to conquer your own demons. You can get help, you can get prayer, you can get counsel, but you as an individual have to conquer your own demons. You know what I'm saying? You pray to the Most High, you pray for help, you pray for guidance. But if you don't want to change, you're not going to change. If you're happy where you're at, it changes, unless World War III happens tomorrow, like the big, NATO bombing and all that, and Europe's exploding, missiles come over here. If it drags out another week, are you still going to be that same person you were last week? Or did you really legitimately change or legitimately want change? That's only between you and the Most High. Kind of like that. Say the disciples, the harvest truly is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Come on, let's get this work done. All right, let's go back to Baruch, chapter 4. All right, I want to talk about what happened in Hawaii. So y'all hear about what happened in Hawaii? We're gonna talk about it. Let's go to chapter 29, Salakia. Baruch 4, Baruch chapter 4, verse 29, Salakia.
For he that hath brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy again with your salvation.
So come on, y'all, let's get it. You know what I mean? This isn't all for nothing. Okay. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 2 and verse 9. This isn't all for nothing. All right. We got some things that's lined up, that the Most High lined up for us. All right. So, let's aim, do the work, aim for the kingdom. Everything's gonna be added on. All right. 1 Corinthians 2, verse 9.
That's 1 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 9. But as it is written, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him.
Can't even imagine what's there for you. Can't even imagine. You know what I'm saying? That's a beautiful thing. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. Like, oh, what's heaven going to be like? Man, you can't even imagine what's going to be like, what the kingdom of heaven is going to be like, what the Most High has in store for you. Okay, can you read next verse?
Verse 10, but God hath revealed them unto us by his Spirit, for the Spirit searcheth all things, yea, the deep things of God.
So just the feeling, you know, it's going to be crazy. You know, it's written in the scriptures about this time period that we're going to embark on sooner than later. Of course, it's going to get bad. It's going to get bad before it gets, really good. But, through the blamelessness of your hands, the Most High going to have that protection over you. The fact that you wake up thinking about him, you go to sleep thinking about him throughout the day. You're thinking about precepts. You're thinking about what you can do to help your brother, what you can do to help your sister. You understand? What you can do to magnify this message. You know what I'm saying? That stuff, it gets you in the mindset of, man, this is going to be a beautiful thing. Once it's all said and done, it's going to be beautiful through the Spirit. All right? Let's go to Mark. Mark chapter 3, verse 22. Baba Shaw.
The book of Mark, chapter 3 and verse 22. And it reads, and he called them unto him and said unto them in parables, how can Satan cast out Satan?
Hold on, that's 22?
23. So like you said 22.
Okay.
Yeah. Mark 3 and 22. And the scribes which came down from Jerusalem said, he hath Beelzebub, and by the prince of the devils casting he out devils.
This is what they're talking about the Yahweh Shai. You say he got the spirit of the devil. It's like, what? You know what I mean? So, you sit back and really like listen to the naysayers and the scoffers. They was talking this about the Savior. You know what I'm saying? It's talking about the Mashiach, that he's casting out devils by Beelzebub. So you can imagine what they say about us. You know what I'm saying? I know your family, you in that cult. You twisting the Bible. You like, all right, you break down the scripture. I ain't got time to do that, because you got the spirit of the Beelzebub. You got the spirit of the Antichrist. What did he say to Peter? Peter's like, we're not going to let this happen to you, Yahweh Shai. He said, man, get behind me, Satan. This is scripture. This has to happen, roughly paraphrasing. So with that in mind, you know what I'm saying? That spirit of love and everything, yeah, man, that's going to be one day, but you're not loving your enemies. We're not loving these people that are trying to kill us. You know what I mean? That's why Dylan Roof, can I come pray with you? I got this 9mm in my waist. Sure, baby, come on and play with us. And what happened? You can't trust these people. Never trust our enemy. Just like iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. Paraphrasing. Go ahead, King. Read next verse.
Verse 23. And he called them unto him and said unto them in a parable, how can Satan cast out Satan?
Now we're going to find that out, right? Keep going.
24. And if a kingdom be divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand.
All praise the Most High. You have literally Edomites fighting Edomites. Jake ain't got 2 guns and 3 bullets. Ain't taking on the U.S. military, the U.S. Army, the police, the stadies, the federales, the Air Force, Marines, all that. Your 2 guns and your 2 bullets ain't doing nothing with them. They got armor, they got drones, predator drones, they got robots, they got all that stuff. But you know who else does? Esau. Esau got him on that side of the world, and he got him on this side of the world. And they fighting against each other. Mashiach Yahweh Shai. It's going down. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 25. And if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand.
And then it comes to a smaller level. Your house. How's your household? You arguing back and forth with your wife? Are you a wife? You arguing back and forth with your husband? What do you think the children got to deal with? How easy is it for them to go to school? How easy for them to learn when they got hide in the closet because you being a lion in your own house, man? Get your act together. Get your house in order. You understand? This is serious business. You can't be fighting against your significant other, and soon y'all gonna be in the damn wilderness. You know what I mean? Like pilgrims on the land, because you got federales knocking down your door, ATF, state police, everybody like, hold up, these Israelites got to go. Time for the concentration camps. And you now you guys in the mini wilderness, not the second wilderness, but you out in the land just arguing with each other, loud, drawing attention. If you don't come together, you're not gonna make it, man. You know what I'm saying? If it's that difficult in your household right now, read scriptures. And if that person's not reading scriptures, there's something wrong with them. They got demons on them. So look, you're gonna have to fast. You have to do something. It's difficult to make somebody do that. You're not gonna make nobody do it. What we gonna do? Pray to the Most High. Because the house divided is not gonna stand. Go ahead, King.
27. 26.
26.
And if Satan rise up against himself and be divided, he cannot stand, but have an end.
So the end is on his way for this devil. And believe it or not, the archangel Michael is fighting for us. And we're going to get to that. And look, they're divided. You go to a Black Lives Matter rally, there's more white people there than Jake. Stop killing these people, man. Now, I'm not saying they really care, but they was turning up for George Floyd. Burning down stuff, burn down our neighborhood, of course. Jake didn't get that in their head, like, yeah, let's burn it down. They're like, wait, hold up, let's go to your neighborhood and burn it down. They got quiet then, okay? But still, that's division. And that's a beautiful thing. Let's go to Revelation 18, and we're gonna start at verse 1. We in Revelation time period, right? Let's talk about it.
It's the book of Revelations, chapter 18, and verse 1. And after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightening with his glory.
Go ahead.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
So you don't feel comfortable in this land because you shouldn't. This isn't your rest. This is the land of your captivity. You know what I mean? Like, the blood of our ancestors is soaked through the ground. I can go 5 minutes from where I'm at right now and show you a mass grave of the Native Americans, Gadites. You understand? They don't treat their people like that. I can go downtown Philadelphia to Spring Garden. I can go to 15th and Arch, not far from where we have camp, and there was a mass grave down there. That's our ancestors. You understand? No, they didn't just dump their bodies in the ground. They dumped our bodies in the ground and put no placards there. And the only reason we know that they're there because here comes I need to get $1 Esau building up a condo in the hood, and they come to find out, they dig in there and they find a mass grave. You go to Canada. Canada has plenty of mass graves that they found with children. They take your children, bring them to a whole nother land or a whole nother area of the land where you're too far away, just like they do in prison. You know what I'm saying? You get arrested, they send you to way upstate, or federal, they send you to a whole nother state, right? So they did the same thing back then. Nothing changed. They're doing the same thing now with our ancestors. I mean, with 10 tribes, separating them at the border, taking the children, bringing them to New York, their families in Texas, and their children in a hotel room in New York. What do you think Esau the perv is doing with children in a hotel room in New York? They got pictures of them coming out with bags on their head, man. And that's in Canada, I believe. Mass graves everywhere. And the only thing Trudeau, Captain Blackface could do was say, we of the Canadian people are sorry, but we're going to continue to do this by giving you watching your body deteriorate. and you not be able to have children. So they do the same thing. That's why and the Most High, all praise the Most High, got the Canadian truckers protesting, and in a roundabout way, that's helping us because that's Esau fighting Esau again. You know what I mean? Yeah, Canada. Everybody's thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna move to Canada for what? How many mass graves? Hey, brother, you like some maple syrup? Give you maple syrup with cyanide, and you sitting there passing out, dying. The last thing you see is a smiling Edomite. This is the last thing a lot of our ancestors seen is a smiling Edomite that just tricked them. You know what I mean? All right, so let's go to Baruch chapter 4, verse 34.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 34.
Go ahead, bring it out.
I will take away the rejoicing of her great multitude, and her pride shall be turned into mourning.
So all the prideful Edomites and the prideful heathens, you know what I mean? Imagine this: if you don't vote for him, you don't vote for Biden, you're not black, right? So you vote for him. He tells you he's going to take away your student loans. He said he's going to give you reparations. He said all that. What did he give you? He said he's going to give the HBCUs $45 billion. What did he give you? Nothing. He gave the HBUs $2 billion so they can fight over it. So maybe they can buy some toilet paper for their school. He gave the Afghanis, they get a check every week just for showing up. They got housing. Philadelphia has terrible housing. We got people on the streets and people that have been waiting for housing for years. You Afghanistan, you come in, you get free housing and you get a check. Homosexuals get whatever they want. They got a blank check. Okay? So we living in a situation where, they think they could do whatever they want to us. And it's not going down like that because what we do, we pray, we fast, we meditate, we all while keeping the law, statutes, commandments, asking the Most High to destroy these people. And when he does, you got to project it to the world. Shema Mashiach Yahushua, the water Abba. You know what I'm saying? Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck thinking, this is not normal. This happens. I guess that's what happened. Yo, this stuff is really going on as we speak. Talk about the earthquakes in diverse places. We're going to talk about that in a little bit as well. Can you read the next verse? Verse 34, 35.
Verse 35. For fire shall come up on her from the everlasting, long to endure, and she shall be inhabited of devils for a great time.
Yeah, this place is set for destruction. Okay, let's go back to Revelation 18. This place is set for destruction. You can look around. You go to work tomorrow, you go outside, look around. This ain't gonna be here. Don't be like Lot's wife though. Oh, I left my cell phone. Hold on, I just bought that new Berkey bag or whatever people buy nowadays. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let me go grab this. You're gonna go back into like the brother said, Sodom and Gomorrah is still smoking. All right. Revelation 18:3, Bubba Shaw.
For all nations have drunk the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
So the American philosophies has gotten these other countries drunk. You know what I'm saying? That they think that they have a stake in this new world order, right? So as soon as Russia threw a monkey wrench in it, they said, yo, you just threw a monkey wrench in our new world order. That's all praise to the Most High. You thought you was going to go through A, B, C, conquer, D, E, F, and what happened? Monkey wrench got thrown in. You know what I'm saying? And who invented the monkey wrench? Jack Johnson. They called him monkey wrench because he came up with it. We invented everything. Period. Everything that they invented, they stole. Period. Okay. Can you read next verse?
Verse 4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sin, and that ye receive not of her plagues.
So does that mean go to Israel? Does that mean flee doctrine, go to Ghana? No, because if you go to Ghana, to get in, you got to take the, you know what I'm saying now. If you leave and come back, you got to come back. You got to take the, you know what I'm saying? So they're part of the American doctrine, right? You went all the way across the other end of the world. You're still with the same nonsense over there. Okay. Does that mean go to Israel? No, because they kicked out the brothers and sisters in Israel during the Feast of Tabernacles last year. Y'all remember that? So there ain't nowhere to go. You know where you go? You in Babylon, and you enjoy, get your popcorn out, and make sure you enjoy this the destruction of your enemies. They gonna hang sisters and chop the belly out and have the baby come out, see who died first, stomping on the baby. Oh, we got records, we got receipts. Gator bait. You gonna take a baby, you gonna kidnap a baby and put them in the in the water to a gator to come out. We got our receipts. Yeah, we understand who we're up against. We understand you're the devil. And you got to understand that God's watching you, that the Most High God is watching you very closely and intently. His eyes are upon the sinful kingdom. In fact, we're going to get that after this next verse. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 6. Reward her even as she reward you, and double unto her double according to her works. In the cup which she has filled, fill to her double.
Come. Because look, her sins reached up to heaven. So God got a plan for them, and they're gonna get rewarded double. Okay, so let's go. Let's see what the Most High. Let's see who he got his eyes on. Let's go to Amos 9 and 8. Who's the Most High watching? He got his eyes on them. I mean, they are nothing. They're literally less than nothing. They're a drop of a bucket. You understand? So they're like spittle, but he got his eyes on them, you know, moving them in any direction he wants them to go. You got to understand the Most High is in control. Esau is not in control. He doesn't even know what he's doing. He doesn't know his left from his right at this point. He's very confused. Okay. Go ahead. You can bring that out. Amos 9 and 8, King.
The book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 8. Behold, the eyes of the Lord God are upon a sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the face of the earth, saying that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith the Lord.
He's watching them. All right. And it means he's watching them. He's watching us too. Okay. Let's go to 2 Chronicles 16, verse 9. He's watching us too. All right. He knows the amount of hair you have on your head, the amount of hair you're supposed to have on your head. You brushed your hair this morning, now you got this amount. He knows all that. That just lets you know the amount of oversight that the Most High has on his chosen is far beyond the realm of comprehension. There's so many things that he's doing behind the scenes, just like we read in Purim with Esther. They was ready to hang Mordecai. What happened? Most High didn't allow that king to sleep. He got up. Look at the Chronicles that we about to get. He looked at the Chronicles like, hold on, listen. What's going on? Oh yeah, Mordecai. I forgot about him. You know, he looked out for him. You know, and that's not to say that obviously that there's other nations can have some spiritual things happen to them. Nah, man, it's only happening in Israel. He can give them dreams. Nebuchadnezzar got dreams, right? The Pharaoh got dreams, right? You know, but it ultimately is to help Israel. It's not to help them. You know what I'm saying? It's to help us. All right, you just got to keep that in mind. So, Khan, can you bring that out? 2 Chronicles 16 and 9.
2 Chronicles 16 and 9.
Khan.
For the eyes of the Lord run to and fro throughout the whole earth to show himself strong in the behalf of them whose heart is perfect towards him. Herein thou hast done foolishly. Therefore, from henceforth, thou shalt have war.
So look, if you do what you're supposed to do, right? You know what I'm saying? He's gonna show himself strong on the behalf of them whose heart is perfect towards him. Your mind is perfect towards the Most High. We have to really adapt a different mindset. Because if your mindset is still in the world, the way things are going, the avenue that we're going, you're going to be standing in front of somebody who can literally read your mind and let you think something crazy out your mind, off with your head. So start now. Examine yourself now. Why am I thinking that? Oh, let me go back. Slack it, y'all. Help me with my mindset. You know what I'm saying? You always judging people, constantly judging people. Look at her. She blah, 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 blah. Fill in the blank. Look at him. Blah, 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 blah. Could be a whole angel. All right. So now let's go to Psalms 119 and 112.
Salakia, can you bring out a precept?
Con.
Sirach, chapter 23 and 19.
A precept.
Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knowing not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts. Like Jake, he's so worried about keeping Esau's laws, right, of the land, and worrying about what Esau gonna do to him. And he don't realize that even in his crafty counsel and the delusion of his own mindset, which the Lord then gave him up to his vile affections of wickedness, right, that the Most High see everything. His eyes is 10,000 times brighter than the sun. There is nothing you can do, nothing you can think, nothing you can say that's gonna slip past the Most High. And in that day of judgment, the scripture says, paraphrasing, that you're gonna be called to answer for every thought, every action, and everything that proceeded out of your mouth, good or evil. All right. Yeah.
Con. Before you get the Psalms, can you hold that in Psalms and go to Job 34? Job 34 and 21. That's a great, excellent point, man. Like, you're not getting over on nobody. That's the important part to take away from this. You're not getting over on the Most High. All right. All these things happening is him getting closer and closer to real revelation. You know what I'm saying? Really revealing what's really going on. And at that point, we have to be on some, bow down, you know what I mean? To Yahweh Shem Yahushai, right? And get our mind straight, man. I don't know why I got bow down, man. My leg hurt, man. I ain't trying to bow down. You think God can't hear you? What makes you think you can do stuff like that? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be in the wilderness. There's gonna be sisters in the wilderness, like talking about some multiple wives. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no multiple. Yeah, how should I get? I'm gonna ask him about himself. What makes you think you can do? You really think you're gonna come out the side of your mouth and talk to Yahweh Shai any type of way, like you be talking to the men on this earth, the men on, you know what I mean? The men in your life? You are sadly mistaken. You've been, hiding behind the law. He can't lead me. He can't do this, that, and the third. It's going to be a hell of an awakening for Eve when she realized that don't nobody try and hear that. Ain't nobody trying to hear all that side off the mouth. You know what I mean? Every idle word you're going to give account in the day of judgment. All right. Can you bring out Job 34?
Job 34 and 21. For his eyes are upon the ways of man, and he seeth all his goings.
Men and women, he sees everything. Okay. With that in mind, always do better. It's easy to do better when you know a camera's on you. That's one thing. You might be you work at Walmart and you sitting there like, damn, I feel like stealing this $20. And it's like 10 cameras on you, like, never mind. You know what I'm saying? It makes you get it together. All right, I don't need to steal them. Boom. Same thing in this situation. If you know that his eyes are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, that there's angels all over this place, man. Angels everywhere. Okay? Angels in the outfield. Angels, look up. You can see the angels. You understand?
It's Salakia, King. Can I let me back on that real quick? Because see, that's what you have to consider what these wicked pastors in Christianity done to our people, man. They got them thinking that they have no fear of the Most High, because Christianity done told them they can do whatever the hell they want to do with that Aleister Crowley spirit. Do as thou wilt. They can be whoever they want, say whatever they want. And the Most High still loves y'all. He's still gonna let you in at the pearly gates. All right? So they have no fear of the Lord. That's why they don't worry about him witnessing their wicked deeds, and they just go about living life off as hell.
Or somebody commented, it was Matthew 12:36. Okay. Matthew 12:36. Yeah, the Ask the Crowley spirit, like the brother said, Jay-Z, do as thou wilt. Jay-Z ain't that bad. Jay-Z, shh. Anybody watch them? He's like the head of the halftime shows. How many devil worshipers can you fit on one stage? Yeah, I liked them at one point. When I started listening to him, I said, hold up. Snoop said he sold his soul to the devil, you know, and you know what I'm saying? You listen to what Tupac said about Dr. Dre. He's upstairs. He don't know if he like men or women and this, that, third. Totally off. Eminem, seven different levels of devil worshiping and horses' heads. Like, who wants to hear that? Y'all just hear that and just forget, like, he's not serious. He's dead serious. He just like we say, y'all watch me shot. They say the same thing to their God. They're devil worshipers, man. What's her name? Mary J. Blige, man. You actually listen to what her and Puffy be getting into. They on some homosexuality, man. But I mean, I know y'all like Mary, you know, this, that, and the third, but don't get blinded by the glitz and glamour. They got where they got by doing some devastating things. Look at his wife. That's Baphomet on there. She's Sasha Fierce. She's not Beyonce. Look at her face. That's a demon, man. And then what happened last year with Jay-Z? He got J-Lo stripping on a pole. But at the time, well, we ain't got to worry about Cap. We got to move on and da-da-da-da. Come on, man. He played everybody. Jay-Z plays everybody. Somebody said Salakia?
God, the man said on his first album, he don't pray to God. He pray to God-E. That he's wicked. That's life. I live it. That's right. It's wicked. Ain't asking for forgiveness for my sins. So that's what he said that on his first album. You know, he basically let you know that he wanted to be part of that Illuminati circle. Jay-Z knew what he was doing when he came into the game. He knew what it was about, and he knew he knew the direction he wanted to go in. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of songs that he make or whatever, a lot of people don't know where he's getting at. But you know what I'm saying? He knows, like, he structured himself in a way where he could get to that elite top. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these artists do that. So they know what time it is when they come in the game. It's not even hidden no more. And back then, where it was hidden for us, it wasn't hidden for him. You see what I'm saying? Because remember, he was selling drugs and all of that to different like people that was in the game, like as far as producers, things like that. So that helped his business too, flourish in the music business, because he was selling drugs to a lot of these dudes. And that's how a lot of these dudes come in. You know what I'm saying? Even when I used to bounce or whatever, you know, I used to have a lot of drug dealers coming to the club, you know what I'm saying, selling to these rich elite people. And they be chilling with them, drinking with them and everything. And these be regular drug dealers from the street. So I know for sure that, you know, these guys know what they're getting into way before they get into it. A lot of them.
Salakia, King. And another thing on that too, like that's why him and like a lot of people don't know, that's why him and Dame Dash separated, because he sacrificed Aaliyah. And Dame wasn't with that sacrifice, man. He really loved Aaliyah, and they went on and did it anyway. And after they murdered her off, him and Dame Dash, everything was downhill between them from then. And to keep himself from being killed, Dame Dash just humbled himself and went on about his business. That's why they claimed that he broke, and you know, he basically starting from the bottom all over again. And if you look at everybody that was originally with Jay-Z in the beginning, they either dead in jail during the rest of their life, or they pretty much back to where they was before they even got with him.
Look what it says. I never prayed to God. I prayed to God. So he's letting you know. If somebody tells you who they are, you got to believe them, man. You know what I'm saying? Stop thinking he's one of us. You know what I mean? From the Jets. You know what I'm saying? He lived a hard life. I know somebody personally I'm like, he threw up the 666, right? I'm like, yo, you know what that means? This dude was young. He was like 17, 18. I was like, you know what that means? She's like, yeah, of course I know what it means. I'm down. I'm about all that stuff. Like, you just assume that because they look like you that they down with you. No. And think about this, Jay-Z spirit cooking. If you want to type that in and see who he's hanging around, he not hanging around brothers. He's almost in $1 billion, right? And Sasha Fierce almost, a billionaire. They're empire. Oh, but they're not caring about you. He could do so much for the people. What does he do? He when people get arrested, he bails them out of jail. And y'all think that's like the best thing in the world. Look at that, man. Do you understand how deep it gets? There's some people that they literally sold their soul and they cool with it. Jay-Z being one of them.
So Rocky, that picture that he had up just now with that lady standing on the bench, she's one of the biggest Satanists out there.
Fact.
Big time Satanists. And what Jay-Z do, they had their foreheads together. They was rubbing foreheads in that video with her standing on that bench. Like towards the end of the video, you see them rubbing foreheads.
Look at that. That's who he hangs out with. That's his friends. That's his people. So, he's going to get judged. You know what I'm saying? He got $1 billion. He's good on this side of the flood, but that other side, hopefully he repents. That's what I'll say about Jay-Z. Hopefully he repents. Let's continue on. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 112 and what we should be doing. Look at this, man.
Lucky, you got to see this, man.
What the hell is
It's
that?
the chick that he's dealing with.
Come on. And you listen to his music, right? Everybody people listen to his music like, man, he ain't so bad. Man, you have no idea what they're doing with the masters and stamping, because back in the 70s, they showed you played a record backwards. They're talking about worshiping the devil. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of rock and roll people. But guess what? They got our people involved in that. And the people that are like solid rappers, you're not going to see them on MTV. You're not going to see them making it mainstream. Because the only people that make it mainstream are the people that Esau wants to make it mainstream. You know what I'm saying? Let Nicki Minaj, she says, my cousin, his testicles swelled up and everything. They dragged her to high heaven. You know what I mean? Trying to get her to renege what she said. And she didn't. At least I don't think she did. She kind of tried to like backtrack, but they just kept on doing her dirty, that Eve is not going to sit there and be quiet. So she started getting at Pierce Morgan and making fun of his voice and getting at Joy Reid, another mammy. You know what I'm saying? So it's time to leave these people on the other side of the flood. Leave them there. All right. All right, let's bring that out. Psalms 119 and 112.
Chapter 119 and 112. I have inclined mine heart to perform thy statutes always, even unto the end.
So that's what we got to do, even until the end. All right, they're bombing. I'm done. You know what I mean? You might have had a problem with something, any fill in the blank, whatever addiction, whatever sin that you involved in. Oh, it's the end. I'm back on that. No. Keep going. Don't stop now. All right? Don't stop now. Okay? Keep moving forward. Let's go to Psalms 91, verse 4.
Psalms.
Don't stop. Go ahead, Ken.
Chapter 91 and verse 4. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler.
So some people, like we just named, they trust in their money, they trust in their firearms, they trust in Beelzebub, they trust in idols, they trust in Buddha, they trust in Krishna, they trust in fill in the blank. No, we got to trust in the living God, Yahweh Ba'ashem HaMashiach Yahushai. He's going to put us under his wings, most high willing, to protect us. You know what I'm saying? You go outside, you see chariots in the sky, like, what can somebody do to me? I can see that. I know they're there. Somebody gonna come with a little pea shooter, you know, a little 22, 45, 50 caliber, it doesn't matter. That chariot sees things before it happens. So whatever happens is meant to happen. So you don't be scared. You don't be fearful. You fear pissing them off. You fear pissing the Most High off and having them come down there and visit you. You know what I'm saying? So it all starts with following the law, statutes, commandments. And it says that his truth shall be thy shield and buckler. That means it's going to block and it's going to strike. You walking around and people dying around you. Sister hit me up today. She driving by a fire that made the news, just normal stuff. You know what I'm saying? Brothers, you know, we on Front Street. Esau check right in front of us. Everybody crying and everything. We ain't do nothing. Most High, like, look, this is what I can do. Watch this. Check this out. And I know you brothers and sisters out there experience the same thing. You're right there when something happens, or you just miss it, or you immediately follow, you immediately go in the vicinity after something happens. Or, dang, I was just about to go over there. Something told me not to take that route. Something told me I missed my bus, or I missed I was at the traffic light and I barely missed something. That's no accidents. That's how he's setting your path before you even get there. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 5. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day.
Yo, that terror by night, guess what? I'm letting y'all know, man. Just like it says in Wisdom of Solomon 17, it happened in ancient Egypt. These lights going to go out. There's not going to be a Zoom. There's not going to be a cell phone. You're going to realize, if anybody that had tabernacles, you're going to realize how important it is for that sun to get things done before the sun goes down, because things going to be pitch black dark. Why? Because Russia, when it goes down, the first thing you do, you got to get communications out of here. All your Verizon, T-Mobile, cellular, you know what I'm saying, AT&T satellites, he gonna knock them out the sky. You know how I know he's gonna do it? Because he did it already. He practiced on the dead satellite right before all this stuff happened. If you remember that, and the whole world condemned him, like, why do you do that? You know, the International Space Station had to go on like high alert because now it's debris flying all over, you know what I'm saying? That wasn't there before. That's off course. He's going to use the satellites, the spy satellites, to destroy other satellites. And that's your water pump. That's everything. Everything is built on these computers. He takes out the computers, it's a wrap. So you have to be ready. You have to be prepared for anything. Have your notes. Make sure you're taking notes tonight. You know what I'm saying? You can read them in that time period. You got your Bible with you, your sword all times. You got to know how to tap in to the Most High. You do the Christian prayer, God, I appreciate you, da, da, da. Man, you got to tap in. Just like you tap into Netflix, you stare at Netflix for 4 days and 4 nights, staring down this, what do you call it? What do you call when you watch you just binge watch, you binging watching Netflix or whatever. You can focus on that, but you can't focus on the Most High for that long. You can't focus on your breath for that long. You know what I'm saying? That's power for your brain. Go ahead, King.
And also, Putin did the same thing to Ukraine. He knocked out their communication first before he attacked them.
Khan, great point. Yeah, the cyber attack. So their government, their banks. Think about that. Your bank. Man, I would give Baruch, some money, but I'm building up my funds and this, that, and the third. Just like that, your bank account can turn to zero. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to go in front of the Most High, like, damn, you didn't even help the brother. Nah, see what I was doing? I was saving up $200,000. I was going to buy this yacht. I mean, I don't know if anybody can afford a yacht, but what I'm saying is your money is not going to be it's going to be worthless as soon as a cyber attack happens at a bank. All right. So if you can do something, do something. All right. And if you can't, it ain't all about the money. Share the GoFundMe. Share it. Somebody else might be able to do something. Go ahead. Somebody says Salakia.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring out two quick precepts for Psalms 91 and 4, where he shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. I got one in 2nd Esdras, chapter 1 and verse 30. The Lord say, I gather you together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings. But now, what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face. Basically, we were in the Lord's protection from day one, but because we chose to go, after the ways of the heathen, we no longer have that protection, that hedge around us, right? And this is why we see our people suffering at the hands of the other nations, right? And then go to Matthew 23 and verse 37. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killest the prophets and stone them which are sent unto thee. Because Most High told us that he rise early sending his prophets, right? Even the prophets of old, they physically killed them. But those of us that prophesy the word of the Most High today, they haven't physically killed us because they scared of Esau's judgment, but they do physically kill us. We're out here on the byways and the highways trying to raise up the prophets of the Lord. Some of these brothers that's being put to death out here, we don't know. They might have been prophets of the Lord. We just never got a chance to wake them up to the truth so that they can do thus say the Lord, right? How often would I have gathered thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not? So some of Israel never got a chance to get back into that fold, to come back into the graces of the Most High. They died in their iniquities. So those of us who have repented and came back under that fold, we protected. This is why we move the way we move out here in these streets. This is why we stand bold as that lion. That's why we tell Esau he the damn devil to his face. All right?
Khan. The water from his precepts came. All right. And it says, so you're not going to be afraid of the terror by night, nor the arrow that fly by day. Did anybody see that video? Ariel, if you could find that, the missile that struck Kiev airport, it should be on YouTube. And if you look it might be on Russia Today, I'm not sure, but it looks like an arrow. If you're looking at it, like, it doesn't look real. It looks like Hollywood, but it was real. You know what I'm saying?
You shared it to the WhatsApp.
Khan. There it is, the second one.
Oh, the second one? All right, Khan.
The second one, yeah. Oh, you rewind it? They don't show the whole thing now. Oh, wait, keep going. It might be another one. I don't see it. It's a better angle where you can actually see it.
Salakia, I think it's the one where the two Edomites was walking or riding or something, and it went right over their head, and he was like, that's a missile, and then it hit.
Well, the one that I was saying is pretty much that video, but you can actually see it strike. Like, it was, I guess, a wider angle or something. I don't know.
I'll find it.
Okay, kind. So, but it looks like an arrow. All right. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 6. Nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday.
So, everybody's got on their mask, getting on their, you know what I'm saying? Nah, man, protection under the shadow of the Most High. And so what if you get it? I mean, you do you, I don't need, I know this is, Jake would be like, you said don't get it, and I got it. So, be all upset and lawsuits and all that stuff. You listen, I believe, I can speak for myself. I believe in the Most High. I believe he protects me. I believe if I get it, now I'm immune to it, so I'm gonna be fine. I don't treat my body terrible. You know what I mean? Like some people, they don't care about their health. And then they're like, oh, they're playing catch up at this point, man. You gotta, your body's a temple. You gotta treat it good. You smoking cigarettes, eating McDonald's every 5 minutes. Yeah, you're not gonna be that healthy. You know what I'm saying? You're not getting sleep like you should. You're not drinking water. You're drinking, waking up to a beer and soda and all this stuff. Yo, your body's gonna be affected by that. All right. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 7. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee.
So you're going to see things. You're going to see some crazy things. But it's not going to touch you because you are under the shadow of the Almighty. You're under his wings. He's your shield and buckler. And like it says in Psalms 35, he's your spear. He'll shoot. He could shoot somebody down. They didn't even get to you yet. Like I was saying, they come up in the SWAT team. Before they even get there, they passing out and having heart attacks. All right? Or going blind. Okay, can you read the next verse?
Verse 8. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked.
So we get to see this. We in real time right now. If they're bombing Kiev right now, it's going to be more videos of them bombing Kiev that we get to watch. And we get to see that. We get to see Esau destroy Esau. Can you imagine in 1713, our ancestors praying for stuff like this? And here we are watching it. Here we are seeing it in real time. We can rewind it back and forth, back and forth. Look at that. The reward of the wicked. Esau destroying Esau. Can you read the next verse? This is an important part. It's not that, the whole thing's important, but really pay attention to this. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation.
So you got to make the Most High your refuge, your habitation. That's who you go to. That's who you're there 24 hours, 365, 66 in a leap year. You understand? That's where you get that protection. Not sometimey, not just showing up when it's convenient. You know what I mean? Or I feel like getting a free meal. I think I'm gonna go to the feast day. Nah, man. Nah, that's not how it works. Don't do that. Go ahead.
Verse 10. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling.
Ain't nothing gonna bother you. Nothing can touch you. And if it does touch you, it's meant to be that way. You understand? But you put your faith in the Most High. It's light. You gotta imagine the stuff you've been through to make to where you are right now. That's light. All this stuff is light. You went through hell. You was born in hell. What's a little more hell before you get to heaven? Light. What can they do to you? Torture you. Man, the body, pain, you got a pain threshold. You be all right. I know, there might be not something you really want to do, but you can see the end result. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's getting bigger. So whatever Esau has in store, or what he thinks he has in store, is light. Go ahead, King.
Verse 11. For he shall give his angels charge over thee to keep thee in all thy ways.
So you got protection. The angels are watching over you. The angels protect you because they know, you doing the work of the Most High. They got to keep you here, right? Most High willing. All right, let's go to Job chapter 5, verse 22. All right. So, today, put up thing on Facebook, everybody, oh, you're crazy. Why would you say that? I'm sure you deal with that with your family or, people that you knew back in the world, because they don't understand biblical prophecy because they don't read the Bible. But this is how I see things. This is how Job, Slaki, this is how the Most High see things. Go ahead.
Job 5 and verse 22.
Slaki, you start at 19.
God, the book of Job, chapter 5, verse 19. He shall deliver thee in 6 troubles. Yea, in 7 there shall no evil touch thee.
So that's his completion. All right. He's always going to have your back. Always going to have your back. You turn your life over to the Most High sincerely and in truth, he's going to have your back. Go ahead.
Verse 20. In famine he shall redeem thee from death, and in war from the power of the sword.
So just like Slaki, just like we was talking about with this whole war situation, you know what I'm saying? And death, he has your back. Go ahead.
21. Thou shalt be hid from the scorch of the tongue, neither shalt thou be afraid of destruction when it cometh.
So it's like, oh, the missile's on its way. All praise the Most High. We out of here. How many people got that faith where you can see a missile on its way? My Ak had a dream about that. You know what I'm saying? That he's trying to wake people up, even at the last minute. They're like, what's going on? Why is this? He's like, yo, we're the Israelites, blah, blah, blah. So he's still doing the work, even in like that terrible time that he was living in his dream, right? And he saw the missile, boom, like a flash. And could see the fire coming. How many people honestly can say, I'm going to be saved? The Most High got me. Or you're going to go and say, damn, man, I did all this for nothing, man. Now I'm going to die with all these people. This is ridiculous, man. Damn, what? And you start cursing God. In his dream, the fire's coming. He closed his eyes and said, I did all I could. You know what I'm saying? I put it all on the line. You know what I mean? Championship rounds, man. I put it all on the line, gave it all I got. And he woke up on a chariot. Nobody else was there. Everybody else perished. Then nobody else, turned his life over to God and repented, even in that desperate time. They still stayed wicked. He was in that chariot and he's like, am I dead? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? He's like, no, this is your chariot. All praise to the Most High. That's a powerful dream. You know what I'm saying? So even you shouldn't even be afraid in the destruction that cometh. You know? That's a powerful picture. Can you read the next verse?
22. At destruction and famine thou shalt laugh, neither shalt thou be afraid of the beast of the earth.
People like, yo, man, the famine's coming. That's fine, because I don't eat a lot. You know what I'm saying? I can fast some days, you know what I'm saying? And while, I'm not worried about it, because I know the Most High got me. And I'm gonna tell you like this, I go to places outside the city, you know what I'm saying? Or where I can it's be me and the Most High. It's trees and grass and everything like that. So I leave my cell phone at home and I go there and I talk to the Most High, right? So I got you. So I go there, right? And one thing I noticed was every time I go there, there's more water bottles, like random water bottles just sitting there in this spot that I go to. And it just reinforced what I know, that you have to worry about all this stuff. I'm like, dang, I ain't got the money to go get, stacks and stacks of water and stuff to feed my family and this, that, and the third, you know what I mean? Still building up just because you never know, you know what I'm saying? I'm not, if I get one thing, if I can afford to get two, I'll get two and I'll put it up, right? But just having that mindset of, hopefully I'll be able to do this. Hopefully I'll be able to do that. And it's walking around, this water literally probably fall. Now, I don't know if it's falling from the sky. It could, but it could be somebody that's going there. They have their water, they put it down, they do whatever they do, and they just leave it there and just go about their business. But that's the Most High. That's what he'll do. You can't be afraid. You know what I'm saying? You gotta trust in him. You know, trust that he has your back. You know that he's not gonna fumble. He ain't gonna fumble the bag. You know what I mean? You the bag, you the jewelry. He's not gonna fumble you. He's gonna make sure you all right if you're doing what you're supposed to do. I would love to say that as a blanket statement to everybody on here, but I know some people are just like, they're not into it. You know what I mean? So if you get caught up, that's on you. It's not like you didn't know. You know, the most I could replay this back, you know, on the throne, like the picture was right there, like, yo, told you to trust in me wholeheartedly. If you read the scriptures, all the prophets say the same thing. Not the exact same thing, but they tell you, follow the Most High. He got you. All right? Nobody says don't follow the law. That's Christian doctrine. All right? So let's go to Psalms chapter 2, verse 2. Go ahead, King.
Psalms 34 and verse 7. The angels of the Lord encamp around about them that fear him and delivereth them. And we know the fear of the Lord, right, is keeping his law, statutes, and commandments. And to fear the Lord, according to Proverbs, I believe is 1 and 8 or 1 and 7. He loved those who, if you love him, that's the fear. Let me get that real quick out, so I don't want to stumble over it. Proverbs 1. Proverbs 1 and 7. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. So we know those who fear the Most High, that's how you know you love him. And if you fear the Most High, you keeping his law, statutes, and commandments. And he says that them that fear him, he deliver them. So no left-hand side of trials and tribulation will overtake you.
Con. Yeah, because the right trumps the left. Just like when Moses threw down his staff, it trumped the left. It trumped all the wise men in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So stay on the right and you're good to go. Let's go to Psalms 2 and 2.
Psalms chapter 2 and verse 2. The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying.
Salakia. So one of my ox, another one had a dream where he was in the position of like a second in command, right? But it wasn't him. It was like, I guess like it would say like his spirit was in his whole, you know, he could see what they see pretty much, right? So they're gathering up, the kings of the earth, they're gathering up. Yo, we gotta get at these Israelites, man. That's the problem on this earth. It's these Israelites. So as they're talking to all these other nations in this big room, he's hearing all of this. You know what I'm saying? Most High always has, I don't want to say a trick up his sleeve, but pretty much he always has a spin move, a curveball for these heathens that think this is how we're going to do it. We're going to do A, B, C, and we're going to get it right. Curveball. All right, we're going to do A, B, C, curveball. You know what I'm saying? So you got to understand that the Most High is always working. While we sleep, he works. He's sealing the instructions in our mind, and he's sealing the instructions in the king's mind, letting Vladimir bomb him again. Vladimir, do it again. Yeah, man. Look at that. Look at the face on that. You know what I'm saying? Look at his face. That's fishing season's over. You know what I'm saying? That's the end of official end of fishing season. When you see somebody walking like that, you know what I mean? With a sword. Go ahead, King.
They smart you, King. They even said that all of Vladimir's advisors was trying to tell him not to even go at Ukraine, like giving them all type of advice. But like the Most High hardened the heart of Pharaoh. He hardened Vladimir's heart. You know what I mean? That he wasn't hearing nothing they were saying, no matter how much logic it was behind it. And even leading up to the actual invasion and afterwards, they say the man's behavior is just getting more and more erratic. Like he just steady bugging the hell out.
So they say, you know what I mean? That would be, I'm sure that's the Americans that put that
Salaki.
one out there.
Salaki. Nah, the brother had the brother's right on point with that, because they saying the same thing. Like he had this all planned out. That's why Trump said, I know Vladimir, Putin, because it was already set from when Trump was, that's why they impeached Trump. Because when Trump was in office, he gave them the east of Ukraine. You know what I'm saying? To those borders over there of the east of Ukraine. So what Trump was gonna do, Trump was gonna start pulling out of protecting them. You know what I'm saying? The Ukraine. And then Putin was just gonna go in and invade them anyway. So this was already on the table from when Trump was in office. That's why they wanted to impeach the man, because it's the so-called Jewish people that's over there, Amalek, I should say, that's over there that's running the Ukraine right now. And they trying to go into Russia and like start taking over parts of Russia or whatever through government, banking, things like that. You know what I'm saying? So they have ways of creeping into different countries and taking over, mainly by the financial system. So Putin was already aware of this. This is why, a lot of them are starting to realize what Hitler said. Hitler told them, like, listen, y'all fighting against me because y'all think I'm evil, right? But wait till I'm done away with. This is gonna start all over again. So now these Esau, as far as Putin and them, they're realizing that Hitler was actually supposed to be an ally and not an enemy, and they was fighting on the wrong side the whole time. So the whole time he been wanting to go and take over Ukraine, because that was part of Russia at one time. And so now you got these Jewish people that took that over or whatever, and Putin's like, nah, I'm not having that, because that's supposed to be part of Russia. So even when Trump was in office, I'm gonna actually try to find the clip. I was watching it today, and it was just showing how Trump was in on what Putin was doing. He was with it the whole time. You know what I mean? But it just didn't go through. So now that Biden took office or whatever, which Trump was supposed to get the second term, being that Biden took office, now it's not going to be that easy. So that's why he went ahead and just invaded it. And I yield.
It's lucky.
I would just say, I would say you got to keep in mind where our information comes from. If it's coming from the United States, it's going to make Putin look bad. It's going to make him look like he's going against his cabinet. But his cabinet, he set a vote, and the vote was we go into Ukraine. You know why? Because they understand what happened in 2014. They know that Ukraine is going to turn into a NATO country, and they're going to have missiles miles away from Moscow. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to keep it clear that if you get your information from CNN, it's like it's really the heart of propaganda. Go ahead, somebody said Slovakia.
No, I was just gonna try to let me back on that, because I was watching Fox, and they were saying that Putin was pushing the propaganda throughout Russia, saying that Ukraine was going to evade them, and that was one of the reasons why he went on and pushed on them. But the sanctions that Biden, they was just showing just now, Biden was saying that part of his sanctions is that they're gonna disconnect all of Putin, all of Russia's banking access, to where they can't even access funds, shut them out from being able to do any type of business or anything like that. So for us, that's like, Kwam Yasharala, because that, if anything, he told him, anybody that get in my business, you know, they're going to feel something that they've never felt before. And we know indirectly he was talking to America. So if they don't think, you know, that by cutting that man funds off and stopping him from being able to access their money, that's just going to make him turn missiles and aim at America anyway.
Exactly. There's no Slacky. There's no way. There's no way that NATO can stand by and let Ukraine get trashed like this. You know what I'm saying? There's no way. Now, and America, you know, regardless, whatever they do, they're going to try to make sure that Kiev doesn't fall. You know what I'm saying? So it's like putting the hooks in their nose, putting the hooks in their jaw, like you're going this way, regardless if you want to or not. You know what I mean? So,
Lucky.
Go ahead, King.
Quick thing with Ukraine. I think it started last week. They tried to do a quick sneak attack against Russia, and it didn't work. The Russians killed like 4 Ukrainian like spy, I think it was like spy artillery jets or something. They tried to hit Russia with a quick sneak attack, and it didn't work. So they went for the Hail Mary. And then Zelensky tried to hit Russia with that attack, and it didn't work. And then he started crying to NATO to help him, protect him.
Facts. That did happen. And they don't, and that's the type of information that you're not going to see on CNN and you know, MSNBC. They don't, it's certain, it's not what Esau says, it's also what Esau doesn't say. So when you get alternative news sources that are telling you one thing, and Esau keeps steady talking about, you know, whatever makes them feel good. Like CNN talks about Trump more today than he was actually when he was president, because they're leaving Biden out of this, and Slovakia. They have nothing else to talk about. But the important stuff that's going on, the geopolitical things, is the reason why we're in the situation we're in now. I mean, like the world is in the situation it's in now. You know, the lack of information, the abundance of propaganda, and that they don't want us to be informed. That's why it's Babylon's confusion. It's like he went in there because he was having a bad day. You don't realize this has been 6 years, 7 years in the making, and even further back with the Cold War. You know what I'm saying? So they have a very vast knowledge of information and history because they lived it. You know, to sit back and listen to MSNBC and those stations and feel like, you know, we got the full grasp of what's going on, it's a bunch of lies. You got to filter out the lies. Go ahead, somebody says Slovakia.
Now I just wanted to say that the source of information I got it from, they was actually shitting on Biden. That's where I was listening to it, because they like, yo, Biden is weak. He's not going to do nothing. And this is why they would rather have Trump in office, because when Trump was in office, he had that whole situation under control or whatever. So that's what they was really got. That's why I want to find the clip. I'm trying to find it now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna send it to the link or whatever. But that just goes into what I was saying, that these so-called Amaleks, you know, they're trying to go into Russia and control Russia as well as Ukraine or whatever. So like I said, Putin seen that ahead of time, and then they try to sanction him back in 2014 for, you know, those little when he tried to go into Ukraine before. So, you know what I'm saying? And then when Trump came into office, he tried to lift those sanctions. And then they try to stop Trump from lifting the sanctions on Putin or whatever, because he wanted to give Putin back that power. So now they're saying, being that Trump is out of office, that Biden don't know what he's doing and he's weak. And that, you know what I'm saying, how everything is playing out to the way it is now. You know what I mean? And Russia's forcing their way in is because they didn't go with the method that Trump already had in play. It would have been a little bit easier before, where it wouldn't have had to go out into all-out war. But now it's going into all-out war because Trump is not in office, and they got Biden in there, you know what I'm saying, just trying to add more flames to the fire, which he's being controlled by the Jews, the so-called Amalek.
Trump, when he was in office, he took the U.S. military out of Germany, which was something that Putin wanted, and he also it's like a free fly, like Russian spy planes can fly over the US, we can fly over Russia, like we can both do it. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? He took that away. He took they're supposed to have limits on missiles, like intercontinental ballistic missiles. He took that away. So when he was about to get, he lost the election, they said, Khan, right? That was an important move that helped Putin. When they were, this might be the clip you're talking about, I'm not sure, but they said, we got to hurry up and do what we're going to do because our cash cow is about to be gone. In so many words, pretty much like, we was able to do whatever we wanted with him because they probably had a bunch of dirt on him. He had like a P tape or something. He's doing the R. Kelly with some Russian prostitute, and they said they had that tape on him. And he's like, no, they don't got a tape on me. But he did everything Putin wanted him to do. So obviously they had something on him. Because let's not forget, he was cool with Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? So Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli spy. Like Maccabee was saying, those fake Jews got their hand in a lot of places. You know what I'm saying? So they're wondering where Epstein got his money and how he's able to just rape children and have a whole island where they just rape children, and Prince Andrew's with him, and Bill Clinton and all, and Bill Gates, they all going on this Leota Express to this island. How is he able to do this? Well, he was an Israeli spy. That's why. Okay. And Israel's actually scared right now because Putin's turning on them. They were allowed to strike Damascus. They were allowed to do these things. But now that Putin is pushing his weight around, he says, nah, the Golan Heights is no longer, we don't recognize that as being Israel. That's Syria. That changes a lot, okay? And right now, like the brother said with Chernobyl is leaking radiation as we speak. Okay, I just wanted to bring that out. It's nothing to do with what I just said, but radioactive levels at Chernobyl reactor have increased sharply in the past few hours. This is 3 hours ago, from 3,200 NSV/H, whatever that is, to 65,000.5. Khan, and that was today. Khan, and it increased exponentially. Okay.
Salakia, because it never stopped from 86. They just contained it, and Russia didn't find, and they was just showing it on the map how like that nuclear reactor ain't but a few miles away from Kiev, and Putin them then already seized it.
Smart move. All strategy in war, right? Okay. Let's go back to Psalms. While we're here, let's go back to Psalms. Get to scriptures. Psalms 2 verse 3. Sure.
Psalms chapter 2 verse 3. Let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us.
Go ahead.
He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision.
So the Most High is laughing, I'm laughing. You know what I'm saying? Like he said in Job, at destruction of family, I shall laugh. So when they bombed Kiev, all praise the Most High. The brothers on this, like Chief Ephraim said, the brothers in the Power Ranger shirts, in Power Ranger outfits on the corner, reading the Bible, obviously knew what they was talking about. Go ahead, can you read verse 5?
Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure.
So there's nothing but destruction on their way. No handshakes, no smiles, no cartwheels, no nothing. He's going to vex them in his sore displeasure. All right, let's keep going with that. As far as them Israelites screaming on them corners of the streets, dressed like Mortal Kombat characters, don't seem so crazy now. The beginning of World War III is here. Ba'ashim Mashiach Yahushua. All facts. Let's go to Proverbs 1 and 25, Sean.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 25. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and with none of my reproof.
So we sitting there, man, listen, keep the law, statutes, commandments. Wear your fringes. Wear your beard. Sisters, wear a skirt. Have a border with blue with some fringes on it. You know what I'm saying? In one ear and out the other. Go ahead.
26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh.
Oh my God! Is this like World War III? What's going to happen? What does it say? What's it? Yahushua? Yahweh? What's his name again? It's funny, because I mean, you was laughing at us 5 minutes ago. Now you want me to? I'm laughing at you. I'll still tell you to repent and keep the commandments, but I like how it was all good yesterday. It was all good just a week ago, as Wicked Jay-Z says. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Verse 27. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish come upon you.
Madagascar right now had 4 cyclones in a month, back to back to back to back. Category 3, category 4, category 2, category 1, whatever. These are major systems hitting the same area off the coast of Africa, Madagascar. That's the judgment of the Most High. What else? We talked about this before, but bring it up again. Kentucky, you know, a tornado, 200 miles, 180 something miles going throughout the state of Kentucky and other states. Florida, same situation. Yeah, Madagascar, man. You want to talk about judgment? That's a day ago. This is judgment. 4 cyclones in a month. You kidding me? Came over shore early Wednesday. They can't catch a break. As soon as they start building up again, he's throwing it down. As soon as he's building up again, he's throwing it down. And I know what you're saying. It's hard, brother. It's the you're not reading. You're not looking at the bigger picture. It's the heart, brother. Who's using HARP on Madagascar? Let's be honest, okay? Was HARP dealt with the tsunami, with an underground volcano that was hundreds of times more powerful than the nuclear bomb that set off Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Stop giving this white man credit, please. This is the Most High God doing this. All right? Okay, you know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck. Go ahead. You said precept?
It's Jeremiah chapter 11 and verse 14. Therefore pray not thou for this people, neither lift up a cry or a prayer for them, for I will not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for their troubles. Right? You got damn Jake them running around here talking about pray for Ukraine. You know? They regardless whether they physically had a hand on us in the last days to know of, they still Edomites. They gotta get recompense for the sins of their forefathers, right? Isaiah 14:21, right? So ain't no need of praying for these people. If anything, you need to be celebrating because it brings us closer to our salvation and getting these damn Edomites' feet off our neck. You know.
God, I haven't seen Ukrainians marching for George Floyd. I mean, even if they march, it's not like that does anything, but they're a whole country. They have influence. They can talk to the United States. They can talk to Joe Biden and say, yo, man, leave the niggas alone, man. Y'all doing too much. You keep pushing them in the corner, they're going to react. They never said that. So, yeah, miss me with any praying for any other. No, I pray for Israel. You understand? Kind of, let's go back to Proverbs. Okay. So, kind we at 28?
No, 27.
Okay, go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 1, verse 27. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you.
Go ahead.
Then shall they call upon me, but I would not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me.
Why is God not listening to my prayers? Because you don't listen to him, right? And that's going with the 2/3. You know what I'm saying? Esau, he know not to pray to the Most High. He prays to white Jesus. He prays to Satan. He prays to everything other than well, unless it's the Pope. The smart ones, you know, they bow down to the Black Madonna and all that, but that's not helping them either. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to work. Let's go to Zechariah 13:8. We got to get into these 2/3 as well. You know what I mean? Let's not forget that, you know, our people are just as wicked as you can imagine, because they go extra hard for Esau. I know these niggas more than anybody, so I know how to talk to them. I know how to do this. And just like, you know, we bring up all the time, the Black Messiah, that movie, is Jake. They use Jake to infiltrate. Can you imagine some white boy coming up in HOI saying like, hey, I'm from the tribe of Gad. Yeah, take your white ass over that way. You know what I'm saying? go over there. Go across the street, officer. Have a nice day. You work in Langley? Have a nice day, officer. Nah, they're gonna have to get Jake. That's wicked in the world and that don't care about himself or anybody else. And he gonna try to infiltrate and come in, but he ain't gonna realize that it's all spiritual. And even though we might not be able to read your mind, the Most High can. And at the same time, you don't know what brothers can do. You don't know what spiritual powers brothers have. Keep it a buck. You know what I'm saying? You don't know. You read what was that? You don't gotta get it, but 1 Corinthians, I think chapter 12, something like that. You know what I mean? It talks about the spiritual powers and discernment and stuff like that. You can read right through you. You know? And then, you know, ask the Most High. If this dude's wicked, judge him. Then all of a sudden he ain't here no more. You dig? Go ahead, he says Lakia.
Yeah, the Most High. It ain't even about us being able to read the mind no way. He told us to try the spirit.
God, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I mean. Not like I can hear what you're thinking, but I feel what you're thinking. I feel that you're trying to infiltrate. I feel you're trying to cause confusion. I feel, you know, whatever move you make, I've seen it before it happened. Because we can have dreams about it. You can have visions about it. You can have the Most High actually tell you, don't trust that brother. And that's real. All right, let's go to Zechariah 13:8.
It's the book of Zechariah, chapter 13 and verse 8. And it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, but the third shall be left therein.
So it's a lot of our brothers and sisters that ain't gonna make it. You know what I mean? Keep going.
And I will bring the third part through the fire, and will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I will hear them. I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, the Lord is my God.
So we have to go through some things like silver is refined and gold is like refined, but you know, it's just making you a better person. Okay. At least you ain't like the 2/3. Now let's get to business. Let's go with some. This is what I not really want to talk about, but this was important. Let's go to Amos 3 and 6. Not saying anything else wasn't important, but what happened in Hawaii and around the country has to be brought out tonight. And I'm glad y'all here with me, man. You could be anywhere in the world, but you here now. You here now, you know what I'm saying? So let's bring that out. Amos 3 and 6.
Amos chapter 3, verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city and the people not be afraid?
Slacky. I meant, well, matter of fact, go ahead. Keep going.
I gotta say this out.
Go ahead.
Because I say this all the time when we be gathering. We be going at the precepts that we want. And the scriptures tell us when 2 or more of us are gathered in his name, Yahweh Shai is in the midst of us. Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai is in the midst of us. So when we call a precept or we think we messed up and called the wrong precept, you got to take into consideration Yahweh Shai throwing his precept in too. Right?
Facts.
So that Amos 3 and 6, that's Yahweh Shai saying, bring that out.
Bring it out, King.
Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in the city, and the Lord have not done it?
He does everything, good, bad, or indifferent. It's evil in the city. Why is this city like this? Carjackings everywhere, shootings. Hey, man, people got to go. You want now? It's the spirit of Antichrist to say, no, this ain't right, brother. That's not nice, brother. That's the spirit of Antichrist. Tell that the Most High. Tell him that this. You go tell him. Go tell the Most High that little Ray shouldn't have got shot down yesterday. You tell him that the young boy shouldn't have caught a stray yesterday. Tell him that. You can't. You got to take it on the chin. You better be happy it didn't happen to you. Happy it didn't happen to your family. And if it did happen to your family, how many of them were wearing fringes? How many of them were following you to the feast day? Or were they talking trash like you in a cult? And then all of a sudden it's like, yo, pray for my family. For what? Did they not understand that who the Israelites were? Did they not understand that the Most High is casting judgment all around this earth? People had to wear masks for 2 years. It's been coronavirus for 2 years all around the globe. You don't see the judgment in that? You still want to go on with your wicked ways? You're going to get dealt with. Now what I wanted was the next verse, but that, like you said, that's an important verse, man.
Get a quick precept.
Go ahead.
Of what you was just saying about the Most High hearing them. Proverbs 28:9, historical precept. He that turneth away his ear from hearing the law, even his prayer shall be an abomination. The heathen never got the law, so praying to the Most High is useless for y'all, and for Israel, who have not repented and came out of their sin, they the main ones who be running around out here. Oh, they killed that innocent boy. Oh, Lord, please, can you lift my family up and look out for us and this? Yeah, because he ain't listening to none of y'all wicked ass prayers. They don't understand that y'all prayers are an abomination, a filthy, disgusting thing to the Most High. That's why ain't nothing happening. And you know what the pastor pork chop tell them? Oh, you don't have enough faith. Oh, you're not praying hard enough. How about keep the damn commandments?
How about that? Let's start there. Excellent precept, King.
Amos 3:7. Surely the Lord God will do nothing, but he revealeth his secrets unto his servants, the prophets.
Now let's get into some things. All right. Ariel, can you go on the YouTube the first one up. Now this one has, it's 9 minutes. If I know you can speed up or whatever, but it's the one thing I want is the orb over Hawaii. And it's locked. Y'all can watch this
spacecraft. You can find the article linked down below in the description box. The ESA NASA Solar Orbiter spacecraft has captured the largest solar prominence eruption ever observed in a single image together with the full solar disk. To Hawaii, where residents reported seeing what looked like a white object, a white orb in the sky, and the article from HawaiiNewsNow.com goes on to say a large mysterious object floating above Kauai prompted a response from the military this week. The large white orb was identified by the military as an unmanned balloon with no observable identification markings. Hawaii's Adjutant General said the military sent aircraft on Monday to check out the balloon. Dozens of Garden Isle residents captured the mysterious balloon, with some saying it was very bright and not moving. Other residents said it looked like jets, took it down and heard some loud booms, but the military said they did not take any action towards the balloon, just observed it, and they are currently heard in the photo just for perspective purposes. Obviously, the object is much higher than the bird, but you can kind of get an idea of how large it potentially could be, and I'm just assuming couple of the photos, I do some enhancement work to them, just trying to pull forward any features that could be there. And I found something over here on the left, and there's something that shows up near the top. Not necessarily a identifiable marking, but there is something there. Here's a enhanced version of the first photograph that, once again, was sent in by Bonnie. Not sure of the location. This very well could have been from out in Hawaii. Here's payload attached to it. This one here definitely doesn't have a payload attached to it. Excellent video footage from Jacksonville.
That's it.
Now I would watch this whole thing if we had time, but yeah, this is like a couple of days ago. So, you know, this guy, he really is paying attention to what goes on in the sky. I get a lot of stuff from him, so-called UFOs, chariots, and the International Space Station, because there's stuff going on in the International Space Station that you're not going to see on CNN. It's literally like chariots flying all around that thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not dust. It's not ice. Okay. So with this, for, you know, people that have a tough time believing, can you bring out Daniel 12 verse 1? Okay.
Book of Daniel.
Go ahead.
Chapter 12 and verse 1. And at the time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book.
So Michael, Archangel Michael, is going to stand up for thy people, and it shall be a time of trouble. We're living in a time of trouble, man. You can't tell me it's not the time, because we're at a point where they said 2 weeks and we'll flatten the curve. So now, if you don't take this, you know, they in Australia, they were throwing people on the ground and jabbing it in them. You know, in LA, they were giving it to children in school and telling them not to tell their parents. To the parents, if they don't take it, you lose your job. And then you try to get another job. You know, you look at the qualifications. All right, I'm good. All right. Well, first thing you got to, are you fully, how am I going to get another job? I'm not taking this, John, right? This is the time period we live in. A lot of people are pilgrims on the land. I talk to brothers that aren't living in their house right now. Like they're homeless. You know what I'm saying? So if it's not happening to you, all praise to the Most High. That doesn't mean it's not happening to your next door neighbor or somebody close by you. You know what I'm saying? Our brothers in a prison in South Korea on the other side of the world. Okay, so the time of trouble is happening, you know, and guess what's happening? We're gonna get to it. All right, we're gonna get to it. Can you read go to Revelation 12? Revelation 12, verse 7, Bubba Shaw.
Book of Revelation, chapter 12 and verse 7. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels.
All right, go ahead.
And prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven.
Heaven's up, you know, in the sky, right? He's fighting against the dragon now. Is it a dragon? Is it a fire-breathing dragon up there? You know what I'm saying? No. It's this damn serpent, man. The same serpent in the garden, man. He ain't changed. Okay. Go ahead. Give me next verse.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
All right. Can you play the next video, Bubba Shaw? So this is the same spot. Before you play it, this is the same spot that they found, that they seen this mysterious, they say a balloon. Wasn't no balloon. We all know it wasn't a balloon. if you have any spiritual discernment, you understand it's not a balloon. Hawaii, right now, we're in a crazy time period where we got a problem with Russia, we got a problem with China, we got a problem with North Korea, and the first line of defense is Hawaii. So they're paying close attention to the shores, to the sky, to the submarines, all that, right? So with that in mind, why would you scramble jets if it's just a balloon? You don't scramble jets on a balloon. All right. So Khan, can you bring that out? The video, Bubba Gashaw.
Four people are dead following a helicopter crash this morning on Kauai. The Pacific Missile Range facility says the chopper was being operated by civilian contractor Kroman Corporation. A tour boat captain was out on the water at the time of the crash. He spoke with our Jen Boniza about what he saw.
This was the scene shortly after the crash, 10 a.m. Tuesday. The Pacific Missile Range facility confirms there were 4 fatalities in the crash. The helicopter operated by Kroman Corporation was supporting a training operation. Kroman Corporation provides range support services to PMRF. The crash is still under investigation. Nepali Riders boat captain Chris Turner was leading a tour when the helicopter went down.
He was carrying a load and nothing out of the ordinary. I've probably seen that guy go across those guys at least 500 times, because it's pretty common for them to do what they do.
He says it looked like they were getting ready to bring their load down and land when something went wrong.
Erratically, the helicopter made a severe spin to the right and nose down and full blast. It had gone from where it was up there to hitting the, we could see just the other side of the sand dunes there where the runway was, to a massive explosion.
Turner says emergency crews responded quickly because they could see what looked like white foam being sprayed on the crash.
I've waved to those guys before. It really shook me.
The NTSB says the helicopter that crashed was a Sikorsky S-61N. Kroman Corporation describes itself as an aerial support and heavy lift expert and the largest operator of the Sikorsky S-61. The Pacific Missile Range facility at Barking Sands is the world's largest instrumented multi-environmental range. It is capable of supporting surface, subsurface, air, and space operations simultaneously. Jen Boniza, KHO12 News, working for Hawaii.
You could pause it. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to that as well. So,
4 people.
You see a chariot in the sky, and then all of a sudden, a military helicopter crashes. That helicopter was at a U.S. naval facility, missile silos. You know what I mean? Like big time stuff. He said, I see him all the time, 500 times. I see him all the time. And it is made a nosedive. I don't know what happened. We know what happened. They don't know what happened. And also look at the fact that this wasn't the only helicopter crash this week. Saturday, it was a helicopter crash in the Sabbath. It was a helicopter crash in Miami. Later that night, it was a helicopter crash in California. Tuesday, 2/22/22, which is Tuesday, right? That helicopter crash happened, 4 dead. Same day, 2 other helicopters crashed in Utah. Come on, man. You gotta walk with me on this. Like, this ain't, somebody, commented on one of the posts, he was saying that the helicopters are old. They don't just fall out of the sky within a week of themselves. If anybody's been paying attention through the news, through every, national news, a helicopter crash is kind of like a big deal because it's like a plane crash. A lot of people don't survive. Can you imagine surviving after getting, falling out of the sky in a helicopter? I'm pretty sure a lot of bones in your body are a little cracked up at this point. And in California, it was a police officer, didn't make it. The other cop survived. You know why? Because the Most High wants somebody to tell the story. Oh, we saw a disc in the sky. They're not gonna play it on the news. We saw a flashlight, and all of a sudden, all our equipment just dropped. Just like they did in Tehran, Iran, back in, I think it was 79. They locked on to a chariot, and the chariot just knocked off all their communications, and all their power just dropped. So the fighter jet that they had start falling out the sky. Mute your phone. Got background noise. So what was I saying? Distracted me. So that's what happens. That's what the chariots can do. And it says how he's going to be knocking their chariots out of the sky. He's going to knocking Satan out of the sky. And there was Satan in those helicopters.
Salakia.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'm gonna show y'all this. I can't use the video because I don't know if they might take it down or whatever. But this is an Army commercial video. Right? I'm gonna put the video on the chat so y'all can check it out yourself. So check this. This is an Army commercial video, right?
Salakia, he far away. I can't hear him.
You hear me now?
Con, good.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Con.
Right. So this is an Army video. I'm gonna copy the link right here. I don't know, they might take it down or whatever. So I'll copy the link right here. But this video right here, it says, "What's your warrior? The Dragon Tamer." Right? Now watch this, these wicked bastards. So this is the Dragon Tamer, right? Now look what the Dragon Tamer turns into. Now look what it says. Wield the beast above the best. Right? Now look what this Dragon Tamer is. It's a helicopter. I can see the screen?
God.
So this Dragon Tamer, Esau is already telling you what he is. He already telling you what he used as a Dragon Tamer or a dragon, which is their air forces, their helicopters, and their jets. Right? So he's putting it right in front of our face. So when it says Michael the Archangel war with the dragon, it's speaking about these type of jets, these helicopters.
Salaki, your voice sound real low.
Can you hear me?
It's like I can hear you, but it sounds real low.
All right. Yeah, but basically what I'm just trying to show y'all, they already know who they are. They already know what they're talking about, representation for the dragon. And they show the helicopter and the jets, and then they put it all in the Army commercials. All right. So that's just it. But I'll put the link on the chat so y'all can check it out. Come on.
So they know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? We just got to be, it doesn't matter how old these helicopters are, they're falling out the sky left and right. Okay. And
don't they do like checks on it before they even take flight? They go over the helicopter to make sure everything is functioning and in order.
This is somebody like, you got to have the spiritual eye to see it, man. You know what I mean? Not everybody can see it, like one helicopter fall out the sky. All right. But we get 5 and they got them. You can literally watch them all. You know what I'm saying? They're video for them. There's video on them. So the Most High, like, all right, I'm going to knock them out the sky and then I'm going to have you film it. You don't know why you're filming. You know what I'm saying? You just happen to be filming and all of a sudden like, oh, whoa. Why is the helicopter falling? That guy was filming. You know what I'm saying? In Hawaii and the helicopter in Miami, you can see the whole thing fall into the ocean. In California, you can see it spinning out of control and falling into like shallow water. And people coming out their house like, what the hell just happened? A cop just died. That's what happened. And nobody's going to jail for it because the Most High did it. You know what I'm saying? There's the video.
Salaki, it's also abominable too. This abominable man is inside, is in the sky. So the Most High is knocking him out the sky. You know what I'm saying? Like he's polluting the air with chemtrails and all of these different things. He's abominable. You know what I'm saying? The fact that he's in airspace is abominable.
Facts. They're like, what are you doing here? Why are you here? It's time to go. And then all of a sudden, everything's going good, and splat. So that's the Archangel Michael fighting for us. Thus saith the Holy Bible, thus saith the Lord.
He invading the second heaven.
Yeah, they had
that's exactly what they're doing. They're invading the second heaven.
Yeah, Most High
That's why the Most High says. Yeah, the
Most
High says, I, you know what I mean? They should build, but I shall throw down. So this is what's happening.
And I'm glad you brought that up with SpaceX. It was 40 satellites that got knocked out of the sky during a solar flare. You know what I'm saying? And if we saw the beginning of the video, that was a different solar flare that it's called Mr. MB333 was talking about. The largest solar flare on record happened a couple days ago, man. Happened a couple days ago. Look at 40 knocked out of the sky. That happened February 9th. So there's another solar flare that just happened. You know, that's bigger than that, but it didn't knock out the satellites. I'm not sure. I don't think. But all those satellites that Elon Musk, the real African-American, put up there, he knocked them right back down. What are y'all doing here? Where you think you're going? You know what I'm saying? We don't know what size satellite. They could have been spy satellites. They could have been satellites set up just to watch Israelites. And now they're in a garbage heap somewhere as scrap metal. All praise the Most High. Let's go to Habakkuk chapter 2. And we're going to start at verse 1. And this, I had a dream about this today, actually. You know what I'm saying? I took a nap before the lesson or whatever. I mean, I didn't want to take a nap. Like, you know, not dark sleep, but deep sleep come over you. It's like, all right, it's time to go to sleep. Might get a message, you know what I'm saying? So that's what happened. I had a dream and it was a book. The pages were real thick. If anybody remembers cassette tapes, you know how cassette tapes, say you have CDs. Remember back in the day, like, you know, now nobody has CDs, everything's streaming. But take away the CDs and put in cassette tapes, thick cassette tapes. That's how thick these pages were, right? And when I turned the page, I don't know if I turned the page or the page turned anyway, but it turned and it was Habakkuk. And this verse. So I had to make sure I bring it out, you know, on the call. So Habakkuk 2 verse 1, Bubba Shaw.
Book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 1. I will stand up on my watch and set me up on the tower, and will watch to see what he will say unto me, and what I shall answer when I am reproved.
When somebody tries to, you know, go back and forth with you or whatever like that, you gotta have an answer. Go ahead.
And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it.
So you got to make haste. You know what I'm saying? You start to, you know, you could be in the truth for 10 years, you know what I'm saying, 20 years, or you could be in the truth. This might be your first week. This might be your first Thursday call. You know what I'm saying? This is time to make haste. Like, man, I didn't know that. That's what that meant. This is time to make haste. You know what I'm saying? It's plain upon tables. We're God's chosen. There's no doubt about that. The Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans are God's chosen people according to the Bible. You got to follow his laws, statutes, commandments to the best of your ability and go far beyond your ability. Ask for supernatural help that the Most High can give you. You know what I'm saying? I say supernatural, I don't want you to go too far off to the left, talking about ghosts and all that. I'm talking about from the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're about to sin and all of a sudden the sun just comes, the sun just comes through your window and just shining on you like, you know, I'm watching you, right? That's that help you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? That's going to help you in your walk. All right. And things like that definitely do happen. You're about to do something you got no business doing. all of a sudden you hear a car horn just, bah, 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 you're like, oh, never mind. I ain't gonna do that again. You know what I'm saying? That's the help that the Most High can give you. And you know, far beyond that, of course, we're talking about God, right? Can you read the next verse?
Verse 3. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry.
So that was the dream I had. That was in this big book. That was a scripture in it. You know what I'm saying? Not like it was a book of scriptures. It just seemed like it looked kind of electronic almost. You know what I'm saying? Like real futuristic. But that was the message. You know what I'm saying? So in this time period that we're living in, you know, you gotta, before you go to sleep, pray to the Most High, ask him to keep these prophecies going, ask him to send his son back, ask him for protection, ask him for guidance, ask him for wisdom. Do you know what I'm saying? Talk to him. Talk to him before you go to sleep. Talk to him as soon as you wake up. You know what I'm saying? Just keep the Most High's name in your mouth. You know how Jake said, yo, keep my name out your mouth. Keep the Most High's name in your mouth. So you're not worried about all this other folly stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because America is full of folly. America will have you worrying about who the Giants got. The Giants just got a new cornerback. Who cares? Football season's not for all these months away. Y'all, you know, you listen to Stephen A. Smith, he'll have you thinking that, you know, basketball, this and that. I mean, that's all cool, but at the time period we living in, there's no reason why you should know who the starting five of every team is and not be able to read off the Most High's apostles. I mean, Yahushua apostle. You know what I mean? And not be able to. Oh, this guy. Oh my goodness. I'm so mad I even brought his name up. He said, I wake up with Elder Zabak say on the live. He said, I wake up to ask my boss to make money for my boss and see how much I can get with it. People still watch him. I can't stand him. There's no way in the world I can watch him. It affects my soul. But I digress. You know, so it's not going to tarry. Look at that. That's terrible. Coons they out there, man. They ain't going nowhere until the Most High takes them off of here. You know what I mean? And he will. But I really want to enforce, please pray. You got to pray. Keep praying. You know what I mean? Just like Nat Turner said, these people got to go. So, you know what I mean? If they're holding up where we need to go, they're philosophers. It's time to leave, man. It's time to go. All right, can we go to Slakia, Revelation 16, verse 12.
The book of Revelation, chapter 16, and verse 12. And the sixth angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, and the waters thereof was dried up, that the way of the kings of the east might be prepared.
Khan. Okay, so with that, let's go to the next video. Public Shaw.
Euphrates River. Euphrates River is completely drying up. Why the world is very silent about it? Syria is in the grips of the worst drought in 70 years. Millions of Syrians face water crisis. The reasons are both environmental and man-made. Less water flowing into the river from upstream, accompanied by irregular and reduced rainfall and higher than average temperatures, has created drought-like conditions in the region, according to the UN report. The severity of the situation in Syria, say some experts, is largely attributed to the impact of climate change in the region. The Kabor has run completely dry like other rivers, lakes and dams across the war-ravaged country, where crops are failing, livestock is dying and clean drinking water is becoming increasingly scarce. At the location of the Keban Dam, the two rivers, now combined into the Euphrates, have dropped to an elevation of 693 meters. From Keban to the Syrian-Turkish border, the river drops another 368 meters over a distance of less than 600 kilometers. In 2021, the Iraqi government report said that the water will last until 2040, but looking at the situation, it will be dried sooner. It is estimated that the Euphrates dams have resulted in an 80% decline in Iraq's water supply. Much of Iraq's date crop, once famous worldwide, its citrus orchards and rice fields have also dried up. Iraq is losing an average of 100 square miles of arable land each year. With Turkey planning to construct 22 more dams on both rivers, the situation downstream will only worsen. It is estimated that the new dams on the Tigris will reduce the water flowing from the Tigris into Iraq by more than 50%. Data on Euphrates discharge collected after 1990 show the impact of the construction of the numerous dams in the Euphrates and of the increased withdrawal of water for irrigation. The Ministry of Water Resources said that the rate of decline in water imports to Iraq has begun gradually and will decrease to 30% by 2035. The country's water inflows during the summer are estimated to be about 40 billion cubic meters. A decrease in supply to 30% of normal levels will result in Iraq receiving 11 billion cubic meters annually, the report said. The drying up of Euphrates, Syria's longest river, is raising concerns as the demise of the water body could lead to a humanitarian disaster in the country.
So that's what we call biblical prophecy. Okay. Let's keep going. All right. Let's get St. Matthew 24 and 22. Because with this lesson, I didn't want to just talk about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. I wanted to get into that, but when you combine everything, you know what I'm saying? It's like you can't turn away from it. You can't turn a blind eye. You can't go back into the world. You know what I mean? You gotta sit there and face reality and face facts. That when you see hundreds of ships docked in New York and New Jersey and in Long Beach and can't even bring in goods, you start to see, man, this famine's coming. You know, you go into the store now, you have to pay the same amount for things. It might be even increased and you get less of it. You know what I'm saying? For instance, like chips, you get a big bag of chips. Now the chips are smaller and it costs the same amount. You know, they do that on purpose. You know, psychologically, you're like, oh, it's still the big bag of chips, but it's really not. You're getting less and you're paying more. That's the part of the drought. That's the part of the inflation. Inflation went up, what, 7 point? Look at that. The inflation went up 7.5% a year. That's ridiculous. You start to get into third world country status. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, no, third world country, I live in America. Well, guess what? Now gas prices are going to increase because the whole thing that's happening over there in Russia and Ukraine, it stopped a important pipeline going to Europe. So Europe is going to have to take gas from other countries like America because Europe produces nothing, right? With that, your gas price is going to go up. Your president even said that. I mean, I know y'all Israelites on here. You're like, hey, my president, don't put me on that. But the American president said gas prices are going to go up. When gas prices goes up, what happens? Diesel goes up. Diesel, trucks, Walmart, Target, Poppy Store, wherever you live, Sam's Club, BJ's, whatever, Costco's, that's going to go up. Their bottom line goes up, your price is going to go up. So it's more inflation. And he's telling us this like it's not a big deal. It's the beginning of the famine, right? And people, since like it says in 2 Ezra 16, since things are so cheap, you good. I go get a $1 burger from McDonald's. Don't stop eating them Soylent Green burgers. If you ain't ever seen Soylent Green, I advise you to watch it. If you got some time on your hands, check it out. because it takes place in 2022 and it was written in like 1970 something, 1973, and it takes place in 2022. What year is it now? 2022. I seen something, sister put up a TikTok, I believe, saying The Purge took place in March 2022. Like, you know, if you watch the movie, that's what the date they had in there. You know what I'm saying? It was factual? I suppose so. You know, but you know how the Most High works. That purge might be them. There it is. Look at that. 12-hour purge takes place 7 p.m. March 21st, 7 a.m. March 22nd to be legal in 2022.
Salaki.
Go ahead, Ken.
And like what you just brung out with the food shortage, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if they okay the purge, because they're gonna say there's not enough people to be feeding. So you know what I'm saying? Like, let's just start a purge. And whoever gets wiped out during the purge, you know what I'm saying, is probably better they feel for the country, because they don't have enough people to feed anyway.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, who on this call would say our government wouldn't do that? I mean,
right.
Listen.
I mean, that's just a thought. You know what I'm saying? But I could see them doing that eventually through time, because there's no food or whatever. And then, you know, the rich is going to feel like, well, listen, there's not enough food to go around for everybody. So, you know, they're going to try to kill the poor. So I wouldn't be surprised if they start a purge.
On another level, with as far as, you know, this mandatory, you know what I mean? That's like a soft purge. It's a slow trickle. You know what I'm saying? And my Ak had a dream. He was sitting on the couch and he said in 2 to 3 years, people gonna start dropping like flies. And that was about a year and change ago. You know what I'm saying? Con, the purge. Yeah, it's real. It's real. Okay, let's go to Matthew. So you can see in the movies, they'll tell you what time it is. We in Mad Max time, Purge time, Soylent Green time, and what's the other thing? 1984, Big Brother. That's the time period we living in. All right, and this is all taking place. This all came out 70s and 80s or whatever. And it's all talking about the time period we're living in now. Like literally, they tell you it's 2022, 2020, whatever. All right. This is the future. All right, Slakia, Matthew 24 and 22, Bubba Kashaw.
Book of Matthew, chapter 24, verse 22. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
So if you think you might possibly be part of the elect, or you aiming to be part of the elect, you should be praying more than anybody about shortening this time period. You should be talking to the Most High daily, like just like the widow and the judge, like, please help me, please help me, please help me, please help me, please help me. Like, yo, okay. Because you know, you in the eyes of the Most High, you know, you're the elect, possibly hopeful elect. So if the hopeful elect is like, all right, maybe send your son back next year because I'm trying to go on vacation. You know what I mean? I got some things I want to do. I'm about to buy a new car. I'm about to do this. You're like, man, y'all ain't serious. You know, but if you feel that you know, that you have a stake in the real new world order, then come on, man. Stay in prayer. Stay in prayer, asking the Most High to help out you know, the helpless right now. You know what I'm saying? We in the water right now. We floating in the water. Esau, you know, we at the mercy of a psychopath tyrant. All right. Let's go to Revelation 3 and 11. So let's speed up this time period by asking the Most High to speed up this time period. All right, because our prayers are getting, you know, heard. You know, you got to understand that. And if you haven't experienced the awesome power of the Most High answering your prayers, I advise you to reevaluate. You know what I'm saying? Go make haste to keep the commandments, you know, and be aware of what you pray for. If you pray for something and 2 weeks later it comes to pass, and you're like, oh, wow, that's nice. You know, you might have forgot you prayed for it. You got to remember, okay? You go Revelation 3:11, Bubble Shaw.
Revelations chapter 3, verse 11. Behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown.
So hold fast what you got. You got these laws, statutes, commandments. Keep them close to you. Keep them on your mind. Make haste to keep the law. You understand? And don't let nobody take your crown. Nobody talk you out of a crown. You know, Esau's good with the tongue. You be, you know, why does God do this, that? You agreeing with him like, yeah, I hear you. Oh, the angel heard that too. You can't just don't be agreeing with these crackers, saltines. You know what I'm saying? Don't be agreeing with these folks. You know what I mean? Their job is to do evil. Their job is to cause confusion. So when you talk to them, listen to what they're saying. You can learn a lot from a crackerjack. God, you know what I mean? I don't want, you know, I know we on YouTube. I don't want no you know how Esau is. He's sensitive. You know what I mean? He'll play over and over a public lynching of us. There's Mike Brown laying in the streets, but the minute you call him out his name, he's taking down your video. Stop being a crybaby. Let's go to St. Luke 21, verse 9. Bubba Kashaw.
It's the book of Luke, chapter 21, and verse 9. But when ye shall hear of wars and commotions, be not terrified. For these things must first come to pass, but the end is not by and by.
So don't just jump out of the jet. Don't fall over and, you know, it's over. You know what I mean? I can do whatever I want. No. Still keep the law. Still stay focused. Don't be terrified. Don't be scared of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? This all is prophesied to happen thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Okay, go ahead.
Then said he unto them, nations shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom.
Go ahead.
And great earthquakes shall be in diverse places, and famines and pestilence, and fearful sights, and great signs shall there be from heaven.
Let's break it down. Great earthquakes, you know what I'm saying, shall be in diverse places. There's a 6.6 earthquake in Antarctica. When's the last time you heard about that? I follow earthquake trends and earthquake, all that. A 6.6 in Antarctica? You don't get no more diverse than that. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, that's not even that long ago with the one, like Cyprus, Israel. None of these earthquakes happened years ago. They happened within the last couple months. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's in the bottom of the map. You know? I guess they different people, you know, somebody says 6.6, somebody says 6.3. That's the large earthquake, very strong magnitude earthquake. You know what I mean?
James Kaufman will.
Okay. 5.5 in Okinawa, Japan. Daniel-san and Mr. Miyagi, they were shaking like a leaf. 3.2 magnitude earthquake in Birmingham, United Kingdom. Shout out to our folks over there in the UK, holding it down. You know, shaking like a leaf over there in Japan. You know, Okinawa. You know, Mr. Miyagi. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Miyagi's from Okinawa, Japan. He used to catch flies with chopsticks, man. He can't stop an earthquake from happening, though.
Salaki.
You know? Go ahead, King.
You know what that means, right? You know what that means? That means a lot. That means exactly what the Most High says, and we don't know who the prophet or who the the hopeful elect is, because he says that before all these things they shall put their hands upon you. So with all the murders that Esau is doing to our people, we don't know. That could have been the hopeful elect that they touched.
And the best part about it is Salakia, you know what I'm saying? Even though they're not longer with us, but they back in the spirit world, causing havoc. Like Abel. You know what I'm saying? Like, can I go back? Can I go back? Can I go back? Avenge me, avenge me, avenge me. So the more it's like the airbender, right? They're saying they didn't want to kill the airbender because the sooner they kill him, he's going to just turn into somebody else. You know what I mean? And brothers that are in the truth and brothers that go full steam ahead in this thing, y'all airbenders. You going to go up. They put their hands on you. Most High, like, yo, what's going on? What's happening? He's like, yo, can I go back? Can I go back? In my mind, when I talk to the Most High all the time, like, yo, if somebody puts their hands on me and they take me out of here, allow me to go back immediately. Like, boom, they kill me, and I'm stepping on, I'm tapping them on their shoulder, and I'm right there. You know what I'm saying? You could say no, but that's what I'm asking for. You know what I'm saying? And I'm asking that I could go and vex their entire family, take out one of their family, one at a time every week. So they got to plan funerals until it's no longer left, and then that's time for them to go. That's the way my mind thinks.
Right,
you know
like that Bantu man where they took out his heart. Remember, it was an African Bantu man. They took out his heart or whatever, and he was still speaking to them or whatever. I don't know if they chopped up his body parts or something like that, but yeah, you know what I'm saying? And when they took out his heart, he was still speaking to them like, yo, there's going to be more like me that's going to come.
Oh, Khan, Black Jesus, John, in Africa, right?
Yeah.
Khan. Yeah, and that's something they really don't talk about. You know, they couldn't do nothing with him. Khan, that's a story. Should check that out, because you never know who's walking on the earth, man. That's the thing. You read these scriptures, Yahushua pop up whenever you want to. You know what I'm saying? He's walking amongst his people like, what's going on? What y'all talking about? They're like, you wouldn't understand. It's Yahushua. They didn't recognize him, because he could do whatever he wants. It's his world, right? So, you never know who you're dealing with in this world. So it's always best to be humble and treat people kindly. You know what I mean? Like they said, like Yahushua said, yo, when I was poor, you didn't give me no food. When I was hungry, you didn't, when I was poor, you didn't give me no clothing. When I was hungry, you didn't give me no food. He's like, what are you talking about? If it was you, Savior, I would definitely do that. He's like, man, what you do to my least of my people. So that homeless guy that's just, wants you to, give him a high five, not high five, but like, any type of acknowledgement, because everybody else is just ignoring him. Have a nice day, brother. You might be talking to an angel. Or if you say, I don't want to talk to you, don't look at me, don't, you know what I mean? You might be doing that to an angel. All right? Khan, one of my favorite verses, Hebrews 13:2. Be not forgetful to entertain strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Guaranteed, somebody on this call have entertained an angel. I can almost guarantee that. I know from my own personal walk, I've talked to somebody that I knew he wasn't just a normal person. I've been at camp, and brothers can attest to that, where brothers somebody walk by us, give us a look, keep going, bro. Do you? And I can go deep into that, but it wasn't just a look, but wasn't no normal person. All right. And I wish I had a lie detector test right now. I'll be on that, John, let you know. I'm not making none of this up. It's too late in the game. Too late in the game to make stuff up. Go ahead, King.
Well, just before I became a Hebrew Israelite, doesn't know what we was Hebrew. I took my daughter to Thanksgiving parade, and the whole downtown area was fenced, blocked off and fenced off. So I ran out of gas, and I was like, let me go get some gas. So I pulled up in this gas station that was fenced off. It was one way in, one way out. Pull up in the gas station. I'm walking to the door, and I see the dude say, "You got any money?" Some young black dude say, "You got any money? You got any spare change?" And I was like, hold on, wait till I come back out. So I went in there and I paid gas, and I came back out and I was counting my money. So he was like, "You got any change?" And I gave him like $3, and I was like, and he took the money, and I took 5 steps. And I said, you know what? I got more. I should have gave him a $10 bill. So I turned around. When I turned around, he was gone. So I went to the car and I asked my baby mama, I said, did you see the guy I was talking to? She was like, I didn't see no guy.
Wow.
So who did I give the money to?
You see, Israel, this stuff happens every day, man. And if you refuse to see it, you're not going to see it. That's what it comes down to. If people refuse to see what's in front of their face, you're not going to see it. But brothers that have a spiritual eye and realize that, you know, they can manifest and dematerialize at will like that, then you look out for it, because, you know, it could happen anytime. And it's usually when you least expect it. When you wanted stuff to happen, it don't happen. You know what I mean? Not normally. You know what I mean? But it's times where you're not expecting stuff to happen and it's right in front of your face. All right.
Salaki, just to land me back on what the brother was saying, that actually happened to me one time, man. I'm on Jamaica Avenue in Queens, right? And I'm like, I'm walking or whatever to go jump on the bus. You know, this is some years back before I was in the truth. And this lady came and asked me, like, you know, do you have any money? And like, and she was asking people that was walking by, you know, people was ignoring her. So she started to ask me or whatever. She asked me, and in my head, I said, I don't really want to give her no money. You know what I mean? She ain't gonna, you know, she ain't gonna buy no food with it. She might buy drugs with it, because majority of them people out there, they always ask for money for drugs. And like, it's almost like she read my mind. You know what I'm saying? Because I said, I'll get her some Wendy's or something, but I ain't giving her no money. And it's like she read my mind. She said, yeah, if you can you just buy me a burger from Wendy's and a soda and, you know, maybe some French fries? Immediately, man, I had to go get her that meal. And then I gave her some money on the side, but it's like she read my mind. And I was like, wow.
And look, and the discernment's important, you know what I'm saying? Because look, this is what I did, right? I'm up here around my way in West, and I see a woman. I just left out camp. I'm good, you know, I'm smiling. Everything's good. I see a lady, she's like, you can help me out with something to eat. And I'm like, yes, I had a great camp. Say less, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you $5, you know what I'm saying? I go on my probably give her $5. She was like, I was like, you know what? Now that I gave her this, I'm gonna try to, you know, let her know the truth. So, you know, you an Israelite sister, da-da-da-da. She says, straight up, like normal, da-da-da. She kind of stood up like, I'm a dark priest from the satanic order of da-da-da-da. I'm like, oh my God, what am I? And then as I was talking to it, I call her it, like it was an ancient evil. Oh, Slakia. An ancient evil. You know what I'm saying? So I learned, I'm like, all right, everything that, you know, everybody asked for some, use your discernment, because I wasn't thinking that. I'm like, of course. But it just taught me, you know, Most High, you know, kind of woke me up to, there's some evil things out here. And she told me, she was like, in April, this was back it was like last year, in April, I'm gonna be back on my feet. Da-da-da-da. I'm like, how you homeless and you worship Satan? You gotta, you know, go to the Most High. He got you. She's like, no, she pretty much told me I'm deep into this. Don't even worry about me. Let me go. So
Salakia,
both sides. Go ahead, King.
I just want to expound on that a little bit too. We had just finished having a camp, and we was just sitting back talking, and the topic of charitable works came up. Exactly what you just said, is what we were speaking on. Like, we get so caught up on just trying to be charitable and looking out for our people, but the scriptures tell us, know of who you do good to, right? And you got to try the person's spirit. Like, we see them for face value, be like, oh, they look like a crackhead, look like a dolphin. They ain't finna do nothing but take the money and this, that, and the other. But this is where, you know, walking upright and actually being able to discern, you know what I'm saying? How we were saying earlier, like, I can't read your mind, but you got to literally put forth the effort to read that spirit, you know what I'm saying? And not let yourself be conflicted by thinking that, man, if I don't give it to him, I ain't gonna get no blessing. You know, some people out here, the Most High punishing the hell out of them, man. And even though they cross your path, it's not your place to get in the Lord's business and try to make their situation right. You know what I mean? So if the spirit don't move on you instantly, like, because that's usually how it is, like your first initial reaction to it, that's usually the right one. But it's when you try to rationalize it and everything like that, then the temptation comes into where you're not listening or following the spirit now. You justifying it from your own worldly perspective. So you gotta be careful when you're doing that, man. Everybody ain't supposed to be helped, man. Some of these people are being punished.
Max, if I would have said something ahead of time, like, you know, you're Israelite, and soon as you started going off with that demon stuff, I'd be like, oh, I'm keeping my money. But I was so caught up in the moment, it blinded me. So, and I think, you know, things like that happen. Because, of course, you know, now we're on Thursday night call, you know, spread it amongst the nation. Let brothers know, you know what I'm saying? Not everybody should get your best side because they might be on the other side. You understand? I got to plug in my phone, too, because it's about to die or about to check. But
Salaki, didn't you, because I remember you saying that story before.
Yeah.
You said that she said something like there's a bunch of them or something like that.
Pretty much like,
or there was a few of them that's out there, like, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know, something like that you're saying.
Because she was the head of an order or something like, yeah, it's not, it ain't just me, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm part of the satanic order of blah, 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 blah. Like, the way she laid it out, I just sat back like, damn, she got me. This ain't no woman. You know what I'm saying? This is Legion. You know, that's what I picked up as she's talking. You know what I mean? And I went to ask her questions to learn more. But at the same time, I'm like, man, this is dark. This is really dark over here. So I'm gonna gracefully bow out because I'm not winning this one over. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Salakia, King. One more thing. Like, my rib, this was last week. I was telling Ariadne them about it. One of her sisters had reached out to her trying to borrow some money, right? And she was asking her, like, well, what you need the money for? And her sister, you know, they off as hell, damn wicked. She was like, it don't matter what I need the money for. If you're going to give me the money, then, you know, just give me the money. Once you give it to me, it's mine. I shouldn't have to tell you what I need it for. And I'm telling her, like, no, don't give in to that. Because you do need to know what it's for. Because even though she's not an activated Israelite, she's still an Israelite. And you give her some money and she go do something that go against the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments, you just suffered sin upon her. That's why, you know, you got to ask the man what you need it for. You know, you hungry? Then yeah, I'll go buy you something to eat. You right? There's no way I can go wrong with buying you some food. Now, if you take the food and you go sell it, then that's you know, throwing out your blessing. But I'm still going to get credited for doing the right thing. But just, you know, blindly, no ask, no tell, hand over your money. Man, you know, even Esau got laws against that, right? If you do a crime and you go and pass the goods off to somebody and they don't know about the crime and Esau find out it, that's receiving stolen merchandise after the fact. You still can go to jail for it. Right? So definitely, you got to ask what it's for.
Lock you.
Go ahead, King.
I'm going to land back on what you said. About 2 years ago, I went in Walmart and I had on my fringes and I had on my scarf around my head. And, you know, I'm looking for something. I forgot what I was looking for. So I walked down this aisle and a white lady looked at me I was talking to the brother on Skype or something. So the white lady looked at me and she said, "I know who you are." And I'm like, "I ain't never met you a day in my life. I don't know what you talking about." She said, "I know who you are. You a Hebrew Israelite." And I was like, "How you know that?" She said, "I could tell. The spirit is talking to me that you are a Hebrew Israelite." And I was like, "I am a Hebrew Israelite." And she was like, "I have dreams of," she was talking about Armageddon, that they was fighting in heaven or whatever. And I told the lady, "Okay, well, I'm about to walk away." And she was like, "No, give me a hug." And the brother said, don't let Esau touch you, because she'll put that spirit on you. And I told her no. And she jumped back and she said, you are a child of God, and I'm gonna do what you say." And she walked away. Everyone walked away.
Hey, Salakia King, on that touch part. Last week I took my son to the hospital, right? You know, and as they got him upstairs, I'm going through the hallway and a damn Edomite comes out. I got on my vest with the Most High name on it in Paleo Hebrew with the fringes on it. And the damn Edomite lady walks right out of the cafeteria and grabs my vest by the fringes to my mouth. "Ooh, I like those." And I jerked away, and instantly my spirit just got super enraged, because I'm like, and I started cussing her out, and everybody looking at me like, "What's wrong with him?" And I'm like, "Dusty ass Edomite, don't put your hands on me," right? I don't know what the hell you into. And you done just, I had to literally take a second and pray to the Most High, man, because I don't know if that damn witch done touched me and put some type of spell or some spirit she done passed off into my garment or anything, man. And everybody looking at me like I'm just going the hell off, like something wrong with me. No, y'all don't understand. I move with a different type of spirit from the rest of y'all, man. You don't just put your hands on me, because I was like, now, if I'd have walked up and touched her, it'd be 1,000 damn police up in here trying to wrestle me to the ground, talking about I assaulted this woman.
So Salakia, that Edomite was looking for a healing.
Right. And they can tell. They know who we are. You know what I'm saying? Think about it, man. These Edomites, they go in the middle of the woods and conjure up spirits, and they play with Ouija boards and stuff like that. They're spiritual on the left side. So they know when somebody else is spiritual around them, because they feel different. Their stomach feels off. Their chest gets tight. They're like, "What's going on?" And you see the fringes, like, "Oh, you're a child of God." You know what I mean? Because our angels that encamp around us is putting them to shame, putting their demons to shame. Khan, look at that. All praises. You want to bring that out? I'm gonna get my charger. You bring this out, King. Ariel, can you break it down? I'll be right back.
Zechariah 8:23. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, in those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, "We will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you."
So that Edomite was cleaving onto you, and she damn near try to strip your fringes away. You know, holding on to you and holding on to your shirt. And it's like the scripture says, of nations of all languages. And these times that we in,
she never looked back neither. She just did it and kept walking. No matter what else, she never turned around and looked back at me or nothing. She just kept walking.
And that's what happens. You know, they're looking at the spirit that we have. It's going to start to manifest even more. Especially if you fasting more and more, and you're moving in the right spirit, keeping the commandments, positive thinking, thinking with the mentality of a king, they're gonna try to hold on to you for dear life.
Hey, Salakia, can I just say this part too? Because it just made me remember this other thing. Like, and right after she did that, I go back upstairs to my son, and who walks past me? 2 damn Jakes. And the damn Edomite see it from the spiritual side. And Jake to my son, "Man, brother, what motorcycle gang you ride with?" I said, "Man, I don't ride with no damn motorcycle." I said, "Man, this is the Most High Yahweh. This is God's name in Paleo Hebrew." And instantly he lost all interest. He was like, "Oh, okay," and just walked off.
If you would have said you was down with the Hells Angels or Mongols, yeah, you'd be like, "Oh man, can I get down with that?" You say, "Nah, I follow the law, statutes, commandments in the Bible." All right, man, I'm out. Good luck, Jay.
He lost instantly, just lost interest. Dead, didn't even finish the conversation, nothing.
Con. So they know who we are. We know who they are. You know what I'm saying? And we just gotta keep doing what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? That just our presence is enough to get them out of here. You know what I mean? The angels that encamped around us, they see what we see. You know what I mean? So they see something that's going off that's foul, they take care of business. You don't even have to really say nothing. You know what I mean? You really don't. You know, like it says, at least in Isaiah, like your thoughts, he's gonna think it. And you know, Most High knows what you want before you even think it. Paraphrasing. Okay. I got a couple more scriptures, y'all. Good. Appreciate y'all rocking out with me today. All praise to Most High. Let's go to Hosea chapter 4, verse 3.
Book of Hosea, chapter 4, and verse 3. Therefore shall the land mourn, and everyone that dwelleth therein shall languish with the beast of the field, and with the fowls of heaven, yea, the fishes of the sea also shall be taken away.
All right, I got another video. You can skip past. It's 2 videos that I had that I forgot about. Salakia. Y'all want to check that out? You can go to the YouTube page and check them out. The earthquake Jones. But can you go to the die-offs? That one right there. You can let that play.
You may have seen that dramatic video of hundreds of birds literally falling from the sky into a neighborhood. What on earth was going on?
A flock of birds dropped dead from the sky mid-flight. Police say hundreds of yellow-headed blackbirds died. There's been all kinds of speculation about what caused that.
Can you believe that? So this is a flock of yellow-headed blackbirds crashing to the ground by the hundreds on a random street in Mexico last week in Chihuahua.
Boom. Here we go. There we go.
Oh my gosh.
Seemingly dropped dead mid-flight. Chihuahua City Police.
Maybe we'll show this again here. Local authorities, they can't, there it is, look at that. That is bizarre. They don't know exactly the reason behind this.
Authorities still don't know what caused their death. That is a lot of birds that just fell from the sky. Beautiful birds too, so very unfortunate situation there. I cannot believe that.
Like, that is insane. I was trying to see on that video if Alfred Hitchcock walked by at any point.
That is crazy.
Wildlife officials are investigating why dozens of crows died scattered around the federal courthouse.
Waiting on results after dozens of dead crows.
Tonight, experts are working to figure out why it happened.
Reminiscent of scenes from the Alfred Hitchcock classic, crows are constantly covering downtown trees.
No one yet knows what caused the death of a number of crows in downtown St. Louis.
The Missouri Department of Conservation spokesperson tells Fox 2 News the situation is very unusual. About 50 dead crows were reported at Creve Coeur Lake this past weekend, too. It does remain a mystery, and for some folks, a symbol. In literature, dead crows are often associated with loneliness, despair, and misfortune. I don't know if I'm going to go that far, but it is weird, Randy.
Let's take a look at a shocking and bizarre discovery in the New River Valley today. We're told Radford University students found at least 55 American robins dead on the ground this week. The Southwest Virginia Wildlife Center was able to save 2 birds, which are recovering well. And there's no word on the exact cause, but one idea is that they died from trauma.
Roger Holloway, the executive director of the World Bird Sanctuary, says a die-off of many animals of the same species indicates a problem. A spokesperson for the Missouri Department of Conservation says the birds weren't physically injured and had no signs of blood. That rules out an attack or shooting.
So actually you can stay there because we're gonna go into the next the last video, and just know that this isn't just Ohio. This isn't just, you know, I think where else? Delaware has a big problem with this too. So bird flu. Okay, so you can go ahead and play that, King.
New this morning, poultry farmers in Ohio are on high alert after neighboring states have detected the highly contagious avian flu in flocks of chickens and turkeys. 29,000 turkeys at one Indiana farm have already been killed. A second farm of 26,000 turkeys in Indiana is currently undergoing testing. The USDA says a flock of chickens in Fulton County, Kentucky, and a backyard flock of mixed species birds have also had positive bird flu results.
Ohio's poultry farmers are committed to protecting their flocks, and so we are now on an enhanced surveillance program looking for making sure that our birds are protected on a daily basis.
Shakira says it's too early to tell if this will impact prices of turkey and chicken, and there's no evidence that avian flu can spread through food, but he reminds everyone to thoroughly cook your food to prevent other foodborne illnesses.
Okay. Can you give me 2nd Ezra 6 and 9? And we're going to close out after this 2 more scriptures.
2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 9. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of that followeth.
So how we have the end and the beginning at the same time? Can you read that again?
For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
So everything that's dying off right now, this is Esau's kingdom. There's bird flu all over the place, like I said, in Ohio. I think they said Tennessee. They're looking into Delaware. Delaware's having a lot. So these are the chickens and the turkeys that are on the ground. And then you see in Mexico and Wales and Virginia, the latest anyway, you know what I mean? Those are the ones that are in the sky. So it's a lot of death going around. You know what I'm saying? There's death of people, death of the animals, the fish of the seas. And when you go back within like a year's time, it's pretty much happening all over the world. You know what I mean? Fish kills happening all over the world. The river turned, the Dead Sea turned red in certain places in Israel last year. You know what I mean? These are signs of what's happening. So I just don't, you know, when you get into what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, it's like, now it's the end. It's been in that situation. It's been going there. So this is just the latest. You know what I'm saying? And it's going down majorly. So just stay focused, man. Stay in prayer. Don't forget to fast. Don't forget to do whatever the Most High requires you. Let's follow His law, statutes, commandments. Okay. And we're going to end with that Ecclesiastes 12 and 13.
Book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole duty of man.
This is the perfect scripture to sum up everything. Do what the Most High requires. He is a vengeful God. He's a just God. If you do what He says, He's, you know, He got you. If you start deviating, you see what that got us. Always remember, these things that happen to us and happen to our ancestors is because we weren't listening to the Most High God. Not because Esau was, you know, such a gangster and so diesel, he could just take us over and everything like that. He had help from the Most High. When Christopher Columbus was coming over to these shores, he followed a chariot. You know what I mean? If he didn't follow that chariot, he might have just been going in circles in the city. He said, all right, come on, let me show you how to go, you know, to this land. So, you know, fulfill these prophecies because my people aren't listening. Gotta listen, y'all. All right. And if you feel that you have a close relationship with the Most High, it's important that you pray heavy. You know what I'm saying? It's important that you follow these law, statutes, commandments. You pray heavy. You know what I mean? Because you look at what happened with and sisters, you know what I'm saying? With Esther, you know, if I perish, I perish. I'm gonna fast. I'm gonna throw, you know, dust and dung, you know what I'm saying? I'm sitting in sackcloth for my people. Okay. So be that person, you know what I'm saying? You never know who you are in the spirit. So just be the best you can be. And with that, that's the lesson. Anybody have any questions, comments, concerns?
Dreams? I just want to bring. I wanted to bring how Ariat bring this video up. It's a Hennessy commercial. Brothers might have seen it before. Talking about Esau and them moving around in the heavens and in the skies and all of this. This is one of his commercials. It's called the Hennessy. It's called Hennessy, the Picards. About them busting through the firmament, right? They tell the whole world with NASA that the world is round, right? And the space is just infinite. The first one, but yet he put a video out like this showing you him busting through the firmaments, going into the waters that separate. You know, that's how I say the earth covered, water covered the land, and then he separated the waters from each other. He show you in this video that he know the truth. So he just passed him the second heavens, right?
And they say that the earth is flat.
That's the firmament. It's him busting through the firmament into the third heavens where the Most High do it. See that? As above, so below. We know that waters above us, waters below us, and all around us. His son went to the deepest of the ocean, discovered the waters below us, and the Father supposedly went beyond the firmament.
Esau.
We know that.
You know, Esau's he wants to be like the Most High. I don't know why. He's doing a terrible job. If he had any type of discernment, dumping stuff in the ocean, spraying chemtrails, putting heavy metals in, you know what I'm saying? He's doing a terrible job. But that's why he has to leave. He's got to go. He's got to work hard, be nuke food, work hard, and then just be utterly destroyed. That's his life. So if you're watching Esau, you can kiss all the boots you want, but
New this morning, poultry farmers in Ohio are on high alert after
the things you've done, it's already set. Yeah, there's all types of earthquakes. Argentina earthquake, another earthquake in Colombia, plenty of earthquakes in diverse places. All right. So anybody, any other comments, concerns? If not, go ahead. If you do, we'll close out in the Lord's Prayer.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I kind of came on late and I missed everything that was taught last night. Is there a way I can go back and listen to everything that you was teaching since the class is recorded?
Yes. I believe HOI
ATL.
Yeah.
I'll send you the link right now so you can check it out.
Tawada.
Salakia. And as well, I'll be posting the lesson precepts onto the chat after we close out. So you'll also be able to go on and get all the precepts.
The Water King.
And we do that too because the lesson goes on as the lesson, but brothers be throwing in precepts to the lesson. So I add those to the lesson as well in sequence.
All praises. Anybody else? Questions, comments, concerns? Not? Thanks for rocking out with me. You know what I'm saying? You know, keep going. You know, for you to be on a lesson like this is, you know, you're going in the right direction, man. Keep going. Don't be too hard on yourself. You know what I'm saying? You going in the right direction, just keep going. Baby steps to the kingdom. You know what I mean?
I have a question. This Miss Q. Was you teaching last night in the middle of the night? Did I talk to you? Were you the one?
Oh.
About my dad being a degree Mason. Was you the guy?
Oh, that's me.
That I was talking to?
Yeah, that's me, Aria. Yeah, you got on the class. All praises.
I'm just saying it was powerful.
God.
Yes. I was from start to finish taking notes.
I'm glad you're on the class, sis. All praises.
All praises.
Keep going. You're going in the right direction. Keep going. All right. You follow these law, statutes, commandments, you can't lose. You got angels, you know. So all praises. How about Shemar says.
Beautiful lesson again from the brother Kasaya, HOY News in the building. Hell of a lesson, King. Hell of a lesson.
All praise the Most High, the Water King.
That man's a problem for Esau, boy. He going to measure the damn stratosphere, the missiles that he's shooting off North Dakota. He's snitching on them.
Shalom.
All praises, King. So yeah, go ahead. I close it out with the Lord's Prayer. You know, by Shem Mashiach Yom Shah. Beautiful class again.
So if everybody can face the east, want to prostrate, you know, hands raised, however you pray. Give you a couple seconds to